10 months of radicalization PogU. Let's go chat. PogU. One year. Hi Hassie has hi. 9 months whoop whoop hassle.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls,
Can't believe it has been
and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It is Monday, September 6th, 2021, and it's, of course, Labor Day. And I hope everyone's having a great Labor Day today. Tomorrow will be the Brazilian hog insurrection. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm late. It is 12:13 p.m. I'm actually approximately an hour and 13 minutes late. And the reason for why was because I spent the morning going to a furniture store to look for some furniture. And then afterwards, I spent the rest of the morning with my brother figuring out some of the AV demands that we have for the house. And of course, I am learning so much about AV systems, security systems, things of that nature. Yes, I do need furniture, not just plants, so we have a lot going on. I have brain surgery tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to your stream every day for my recovery period. Holy shit, dude. Have a safe surgery? Is that
8 hours of labor incoming?
What do you think about the 9/11 doc on Netflix? Oh yeah, last night I went and I did a second trip to LAX yesterday after I ended the broadcast. I made my second trip to the Los Angeles airport. And I went and I picked up my brother and his girlfriend. And afterwards, we went and we got some In-N-Out. Had a little protein style action. You know what I'm saying? A little protein style. In and out, double. Not a big deal. Whatever. And it was delicious. And then I was like, hey, since I picked you up, you guys have to, you know, you guys have to watch this 9/11 documentary now. So I made them watch this 9/11 documentary on Netflix, the new one. And I think for like the regular American understanding, this 9/11 documentary is like pretty solid so far from what I've seen. I did not pause. I want to pause so bad. Dude, I can't, like, being the React Lord King that I am, I've come to realize that in normal circumstances, when I'm around civilians, okay, casuals, normies, I regularly want to pause the fucking documentary and just like tell them about what the stuff that the documentary got wrong. I'm the one who got you the letter from Governor Newsom. Hell yeah. Thank you, B. Sims. Because there's so much going on, especially on an issue like 9/11, which has been discussed a million times over. But, you know, the way that mainstream media has covered 9/11 and the events leading up to 9/11 has always been fraught with whitewashing, incredibly reductionist analysis that regularly overlooks previous events and America's involvement in said events. And this documentary on that metric does a really good job. Also, look forward to having Spencer Ackerman on. He just wrote a new book called Reign of Terror. Spencer Ackerman. I was DMing him earlier.
Wow.
I'm going to probably have him on soon, perhaps next week. He published a book from Penguin Random House, Reign of Terror by Spencer Ackerman. How the 9/11 era destabilized America. For those of you who don't know, he's a great NatSec reporter. Like, you guys know me. If there's a NatSec reporter that I like, either they've already been in jail or they are like solid. You know, you got fucking Ken Klippenstein, you got Spencer Ackerman. There's not a lot of NatSec reporters that I like because most of them operate in unison with the State Department rather than against it. And then some of those NatSec reporters then turn into like weirdo reactionaries, but that's besides the point. Chewy Apple says, you're a fraud. Nice bait, dude.
Communism?
We can watch the Democracy Now! Interview, but
"3 months of being a socialist. Let's go chat."
I DM'd Spencer this morning. By the way. Oh my God, this is hilarious. I DM'd Spencer this morning. And the first fucking thing he said, I was like, yo, you want to come on the show? And the first fucking thing he says is, I would, but I heard you bought a home, so you're sus. Every time I fucking reach out to people in the media now, they dunk on me for the home thing. It's just like their favorite thing to bring up. Everybody's always like, that's what David Dayan was doing too. David was making fun of me for the home. My dad was making fun of my watching you for the home. Really? It's official. It's fucking HasanAbi all day, every day. What's a NatSac reporter? A national security reporter.
K-pop furniture?
Matt Watson did it too. Yeah, everybody keeps making fun of that fucking bullshit. Anyway, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. I mean, but more important than anything else is this. It's a real fit, dude. Yeah, I know 6 Palestinian prisoners tunneled their way out of an Israeli prison by using the bathroom. Yeah, we'll talk about the Ahmed tweet as well, and how fucking psychos have been replying to him in a second. Oh, also, while I was going live, I published a new video on my Instagram.
Love you, BB.
So if you want to see the fucking cake, if you want to see the boy working out, yeah, ivermectin might cause infertility. Yes.
Hasan, will you give us a tour of the new spot?
There's a lot going on. But yeah, I go check it out on my Instagram, my latest Instagram post as well. Give it a like, give a fucking funny comment, you know what I mean? I will read it on stream if you write a funny comment after liking it. How about that? Here it is. Let's blast it. My Instagram's been slacking lately. I'm trying to post more.
Oof. Glad to be here, my fellow peeps.
Eventually, I'll
Wind himbo himby's hassle.
bring nothing but clout to you. Yes. Damn, dude, now that I'm seeing how much you have to loosen your hat to make it fit, I take back everything I said about your head. Yeah, exactly. Look. Do you see that?
Call yourself a socialist, yet you own our
3.
equipment.
Only
Curious.
3. That's how fucking big my goddamn noggin is, dude.
My landlord raised my rent by $700 this month. Can I live inside your potted plants, Arjan?
NFT Hasan, NFT. Oh shit, Milena. Oh no, Milena's in here. Yeah, I will do it. I'll do it today. Bro, we can legit follow your progression to Twitch brain rot on your Insta timeline. Yes. I know. It's gotten worse over the years. You know what's really funny though, with like all the 9/11 documentaries and shit coming out, all I'm gonna say is not what you think I'm gonna say, by the way, of course, but
I've been thinking about painting my nails, but I know my parents would kill me if I did, so I might just YOLO it.
like
Love
this
you,
guy
dude,
was
hassle.
not wrong, okay? Like everything I mentioned on that fateful afternoon and all of my anger, you should feel too. Because like
Hassle.
on 8/21, I said a bunch of stuff, albeit with not great terminology. Okay, I could have maybe couched it a little bit, or I could have perhaps used less spicy, less aggressive takes.
Putas.
But like everything I said about the brave Mujahideen, for example, like with respect to our approach to the Mujahideen originally and what it turned into, at the time people were like, oh dude, what the fuck, I can't believe you're saying that, you must be an Al-Qaeda supporter. It's like, no motherfucker, it's the exact opposite actually. All I'm going to say is I feel a little vindicated. I mean, I will never feel vindicated because it doesn't matter. The moment is past. It was successful. People got fucking super mad at me at the time. And again, I'm very fortunate that I was able to still have such a wonderful community that understood exactly what I was fucking saying. And did not attack me relentlessly over the course of the... Oops. Did not attack me relentlessly for it, but... kind of wild that, like, everything I was talking about at that point with respect to how we operate and with respect to like what we've done in Afghanistan and how those events unfolded, more people are going to be talking about in this specific month.
Being a socialist, let's go chat.
You've been attacked relentlessly right now, LMAO. Now, of course, the documentary itself, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. The documentary itself does not cover Jimmy Carter era involvement that was done in an effort to goad the USSR into like full-scale invasion of Afghanistan, which, you know, Brzezinski himself has openly stated. Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1998 in a famous interview openly stated, like, we were arming and also
28 months
creating an insurrection amongst the Mujahideen, the Islamist fundamentalists, because we wanted Russia to have its own, we wanted the USSR to have its own version of Vietnam.
Buy me a house, PLS.
Let him move into his home, you fucking weirdos. No, I haven't moved in yet. I will eventually, though.
11 months.
What is this fucking dude? I'm saying it.
Thanks for everything you do, Hasan. You have kept me sane, hassle.
Top definition of fuck it, dude. I'm saying it. Declaration of the total disregard of any and all consequences for the events the following succeeding this phrase. Larry, Medicare for all. Are you kidding me? You want the government-controlled medicine? Hasan chuckling, hell yeah. Larry, you're insane. Hasan, fuck it, dude. I'm saying it. America deserves free healthcare. Wait, this was last year. This isn't even... I just re-uploaded that. I re-uploaded my reaction to this Larry Elder interview, which is fucking hilarious. But this was from, like, when I originally debated him. We're only 5 days away from 9/11. Chill before they catch us again. No, the thing is, like, now you are going to start seeing people. Now that we're 20 years removed from the atrocity,
9 months, PogU.
You will literally fucking start seeing people recognize and look back at 9/11 with more accurate a more accurate understanding.
Mod's Instagram.
I was talking to my dad about this, and he's like, so what do you think they're going to declassify? They're not going to declassify like information. And I was like, Dad, it's America. They declassify shit that they've done as a flex. So I do think that they could, I mean, they're not going to declassify anything that's like super clandestine, super in the dark, like, but I could totally see them declassifying a bunch of information that finally allows us to connect the dots. I think we should really drive home the U.S. support for the creation and spreading Wahhabism via Saudi Arabia. That too.
Chat Kevin Hart or Dave Chappelle? It was trending before who is the best?
The loose change frogs are gonna eat. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be
7 months. Happy Labor Day, chat.
Californians are not very smart. 53% don't want to recall. I guess you deserve Newsom. Yes, fuck it. I'm saying it. California deserved Gavin Newsom instead of Larry Elder. So yeah, I'm actually very happy with the recall. Now that there's like an actual deliberate push by the Democratic Party, holy fuck, because they were not treating this with the seriousness that it deserved.
Hasan. These last 3 months have expanded my brain greatly. 5 head.
Finally, people are talking about it.
5 months. Yo.
I watched a whole ass documentary about the documents FBI, CIA, etc. all had. Were different pieces of the knowledge that 9/11 would happen. They just didn't communicate properly. Yes, there was not enough interagency communication at the time, which they claim they have changed now. That documentary that you're referencing is a book, I believe. Yo, what's up, Jordan Yule with the fucking 16 months? Says, how's the 9/11 documentary? I didn't finish it. I got bored.
Offline is in crypto. 89 crypto.
They saw the attackers enter the country. Bitch, they trained the attackers. What the fuck do you mean?
1 year sub on Labor Day.
What the fuck are you talking about? You think it's easy to like fly a fucking 747 just trailing off the Hudson and you know, fly it at 500 miles an hour directly into a fucking building? Are you insane? Yeah, The Looming Tower is the name of the book and the documentary that you're referencing, that or 767, whatever. 737. I don't know what the fucking details of the planes are. They're massive fucking planes, dude. Fucking insane accelerations are screaming at the DSA for not being pro recall. Yeah, I don't care. They're irrelevant, especially as it pertains to electoral politics. Accelerationists are fucking dumb. Like, it doesn't matter. They're irrelevant. They're stupid. And they should not be treated seriously anyway. So the moment that you like bring them up, you're doing a disservice to your own cause if you have one. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna blast off now, okay? And we're doing labor on Labor Day. Talking 9/11. Taliban takeover. Newsom, my new best BF, my new best friend. In parentheses, recall in CA, and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/
Sometimes I look at a picture of Stuart Little and
HasanAbi. There it is.
Thank you for 18 months, Abby.
Go blast this off to your friends and family, folks. You know? Can we talk about May Day? Fascinating story about the early labor rights activism and erasure by the federal government, including changing Labor Day. Yeah. I have talked about it previously. Americans might not know this, but the real Labor Day is actually May 1st. That's the International Labor Day. It has like feminist origins, actually, and of course socialist. Wait, why is it not letting me? Damn it. The real Labor Day is May 1st. That's what I learned when I was growing up in Turkey. It's the day where communists, socialists, trade unionists get together and demonstrate on the streets as they get their shit pushed in by the Turkish police force. That's what I grew up with. I grew up with like mass demonstrations on May 1st, May Day, where the Turkish government and its aggressive police state
I'm glad crooked media brought me
will
here 4
push
months
back
ago
and
to be
beat the shit
radicalized.
out of communist trade unionists and all manner of other laborers that choose to demonstrate on that wonderful day. But in America, we don't even have that fucking same Labor Day. Does this $3 billion house have a second house for the servants, or will we have to sleep in the backyard like at the current house, as Hasan's femboy maid? No, you'll have to sleep outside.
Sub for 2 months, lurking for a year, only reason I got a Twitch.
The irony, of course, is that Labor Day in America is a different day. And also, it happens to be the day where the unemployment benefits are running out.
How was the 911 documentary?
What a wonderful and American way to celebrate. It's only Labor Day if you work behind a very non-essential desk. This is true. Many people who are in essential industries, of course, still work throughout the weekends and throughout Labor Day as well.
Hassle, hassle, hassle.
Anyway, literally had to reapply for unemployment and pray I get it again. Hogwash.
Nice.
Daily
I'm glad
Wire
I'm
are
not the only
socialists
one
now.
working today.
Lol. The Daily Wire is celebrating Labor Day the capital's way with bad grammar and making laborers work on a holiday created by laborers for laborers. Yes, we know that Labor Day was created by socialists, but that just proves how dumb I am for refusing to apply facts I know. Enjoy the long weekend, comrades. Yeah, I mean, I did the most Labor Day thing you can do. And I went to a fucking furniture store. Because apparently it's 20% off, 100% upmarked pieces of furniture on Labor Day.
Happy Labor Day, comrades.
Still looking for a goddamn bed. For me, of course, it's not even necessarily the price that's a problem. Even though the price is a fucking problem. It's the fact that I want a bed frame, chat. I do, but it's the fact that, like, oh, you want a furniture? That's sick. It'll arrive next year. Literally everything is like marked up the wazoo because there's a lot of demand and not a lot of supply. A lot of supply, especially on big items that are shipping from outside of the United States, are unfortunately not able to enter the United States. And basically, for that reason, as it stands currently, it's like, you act like you've never bought furniture. Okay, this might actually shock some of you, but I literally have never bought furniture except for like one off of Amazon, like a Chinese best choice product furniture from Amazon. Every single piece of furniture that I have in this house,
thanks for the liberal enlightenment,
including my frameless bed, is hand-me-downs. Up until like this house, I only fucking got hand-me-downs. I literally had, I would,
thank you for being my comfort stream.
When I was even living in like the previous apartments, I literally just like took furniture off the street. I was like, free furniture, kind Kind of dumb that they just like leave it out. Like very crusty. Very anarchist. Wait, so who buys the furniture for you? What do you mean? No, hand-me-down shit, dude. Like, my couch that I have here is a hand-me-down. IKEA is key, my dude. Instead of waiting a year for it to arrive, you wait for a year to get around to building it. The chair I'm sitting in is not. Of course not, dude. No, it's fucking Herman Miller.
Best stream on Twitch.
So start looking into consignment stores. A lot of those places get vendor overstock that gets marked down.
11 months in September.
I'm watching you on 160p right now because the internet in the rental I'm in is dog shit. Damn, that sucks. Which Herman Miller do you have? The gaming chair is scaring the hose away.
Has crab PLS.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I used to have like a fucking straight up gamer chair. This one is supposed to be a gaming chair too. But a pedestal bed frame fucks. They're so cool. Coming. What is that?
Shanatova, Happy New Year.
What, just this?
Let's go.
This looks terrible, dude.
Poggies.
Drexel, Lee Industries, Ashley Craftmaster, Thomasville are all furniture companies in the U.S. that are supplied by local factories.
I have finally given birth to a stupid idiot baby.
I got a table for 60 bucks marked down from like 500 lol because the paint was a bit scuffed. Dude, my mom is a fucking demon, dude. Remember how I told you we were gonna get a fucking cloud couch? Or at least like I wanted something like a cloud couch, like a fake one. But the cloud couch itself is like 20 grand if you get it from Restoration Hardware. So we went to... So she went to HD Buttercup, which is insanely expensive apparently. I did not know this. But she went to HD Buttercup and she found like a cloud couch, one that is like a cloud couch, right?
Normally a Yit fan.
Cloud couch is like the under cushion, the frame of the couch is also made from cushiony material. So it feels like you're sitting on a cloud. It's like super expensive.
Smiling face.
Yeah, so it's like 20 grand. So my mom goes to HD Buttercup and she found a similar sectional for 9 grand. Okay. Which is still insanely expensive. She looks it up on the website. She like plugs in the code off the receipt.
Just sleep on the floor. Forehead.
And she got it for fucking 2 grand, dude. And that's the first and last piece of furniture that I wanted that my mom successfully got for me. And since then, she's been riding on the fucking wave of that victory by purchasing just numerous different kinds of plants.
Political and ideological life. Looking forward to more.
And her own bed frame that she got for herself, her own bed that I hate. And, you know, building out her office space. Wait, this one? No, it's not this one. No, it's bigger than this. It's like much bigger than this. It's not this. It's sick though. Anyway. Find an Amish town near you. They have the best quality furniture in the world. All handmade with dovetail and shit.
Could you wish her happy birthday? Thanks from a grey name. Hugs and kisses.
Sick bed frame. Sounds awful, dude. This looks awful. Like, why the fuck would I want my bed to be an above ground pool? Anyway, all right, let's keep going. Buy more plants for your mother. Forward, yeah.
Mom makes moves whilst Timbo sits and lose.
Local made reclaimed wood bed frames in LA. Okay, half that time those shits are so expensive, by the way.
3 million house funny joke.
Oh
wow.
shit, these are actually not bad though. All right, I'll take a look at that. Anyway, don't get a bed frame or any big furniture until you get a wife, girlfriend. That way you'll never have to make any decisions and she gets to change you. Yeah, dude, let me just wait for a fucking wife or a girlfriend, dude. Okay. I'll just be the frameless king for the next, like, 5-6 years. Ludwig's bed frame looks comfy. This is not his bed frame, dude. Like, there's no shot he still has that. I can make you a bed frame. Sorry, last time I'll say. You live it. Are you in LA? Bro, you can get a wife by tomorrow morning if you want it. Wish me a happy birthday. Western Bling, happy birthday. Is Jenk as successful as you? It seems like you've surpassed UIT in popularity. I think I have, but only because... I think I've surpassed UIT in popularity, but or success-wise, like the only reason why it seems that way is because I'm like, I don't have like you know, an entire fucking crew. Like he has like 20 to 30 people working for him.
Radicalized has woke.
I'm just, you know, I'm a much tinier operation. If you don't get a bed frame from IKEA, you aren't socialist. Okay. What is this? Give me a head if you give this $30.
What the like a baka.
What?
You kind of smell. What the
What?
like a baka.
He just nutted me and then immediately turned on a Hasan Piker Charlie Kirk debate?
You kind of smell. What the like a baka.
Respect. I respect that a lot.
Socialists are hypocrites. What a surprise. You only need 2 more houses before you...
The modern American political spectrum, reaction to Hasan Piker's $3 million house purchase, far right.
Yo, you got
Socialists are hypocrites. What a surprise. You only need 2 more houses before he's just like Bernie billionaire Sanders, and maybe Greta could visit from her private jet. His Twitch stream? You mean like his private property? Now there's ethical consumption under capitalism? Sounds like I know how to survive the guillotine, brothers. It's eat the rich unless you have a podcast. Champagne socialism strikes again. It's just like pottery, man. They're just grifters trying to pretend they're just like you just to get that sweet moolah. Oh, I swear I don't get laid, copium. Oh, I'm not rich, I'm just like you, copium. Oh, I don't have relationships outside of this computer. I don't know who this guy is, but I think the only third...
Okay, this dude definitely watches me 100,000%. Because this is like... I mean, this dude is like in here right now. Centrist.
Solution is using an ad blocker so you can enjoy his content without giving him anything in return. Oh, you're a socialist? Then how come you bought a house while ignoring the starving African kids? I'm sorry, but if you want to discuss issues of capitalism, you have to be from the hood, live off hand-me-downs, and be too broke for school. And if you are poor, I'll just say that you're jealous. So would you prefer that he hoarded all his wealth like a dragon instead? This guy doesn't exploit his workers, he doesn't maximize his profits, and he encourages higher taxes of people of his level of income. He's not some politician, he's just some dude who sits in his computer all day. If he disappeared, there'd be 0 impacts on your lives. So calling him a hypocrite is honestly a waste of time and some fake progress because you can't get off your own ass. I never understood why people equate leftism with asceticism. Charities aren't a staple of socialism, they're literally the opposite. Socialism isn't a lifestyle, it's a system. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, they all come from middle class circles, but they use their privileged education to be able to teach ordinary people for generations. This house obsession is just used to create more infight towards the left and to fuel the right wing's obsession with individualism. Oh, to be a socialist, you have to be poor? It is a psyop. Nothing more, nothing less. Socialists are hypocrites.
Damn, this was pretty good. That was leftist ass meme right there. But yeah, it featured everything, dude. Holy shit. I mean, a lot of this is wrong. Far lefties hate on you more than anyone for the house. I mean, those are like far left grifters, okay? There's a difference between like a person who bills themselves as far left and then like fucking loses their mind when they're actually just an anarchist. You're the only grifter, Hasan? Yes, this is true. Thank you for fueling my grift for however many months that you've subscribed. Oh, just one.
Coochie piercing Dono back at it again.
You should have been cancellation worthy. The brocialist erg. When will you admit that you are actually a grifter though? But you're making the idea of someone being short as being something to laugh at someone for. If you eat meat, then you're a fascist. Oh my lord, dude. Oh my lord. Oh, fucking makes it so hard. Oh. Never mind.
What a surprise.
I'm sorry that had to happen to you, my friend. Listen. Maybe one day you'll be a short king instead of a manlet. Okay.
Adding to the house fund.
Anarchists are low-key radlibs who hate working. Not all anarchists, dude. Okay. So is Gavin safe now? We don't know. This made me realize your most hated person would be a short, bald, white HVAC specialist who lives in Iowa and browses poll every day. You should apologize to that person. They're out there somewhere. Well, I mean, without him being browsing poll.
Happy Labor Day, guys. Hassle.
Short vegan Destiny viewer. Somehow he managed to make Destiny viewers seem worse than usual to chat. Worse than usual. Okay, so let's get started. I'm gonna get started with a dumpy vid for you guys. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna start posting more workout videos. I posted like a whole thing on Instagram. You can go check that out if you want. Okay, what is this? Fortunate to own my own home. Don't think fortune had anything to do with it. Had hard graft, sacrifice and paying the mortgage every month for 40 years. You've lost the plot, son. It was a lot easier to buy a house 40 years ago. And yes, you were fortunate to buy a house when they were selling for peanuts and then massively inflated in value. The cost was relative to the earnings at the time. Don't kid yourself. We didn't get anything without bloody hard work and then as well as now. Keep up. What do you think the blue line of the graph represents? I grew up using common sense. No need for these wokey graphs. By the way, learn how to spell. Graphs are fucking wokey. It's wokeism, bruv. Data. What do you mean, data? What do you mean the annual salary hasn't fucking risen in so fucking long?
Community.
I don't care, bruv. I don't care. Okay, here, I'll do Scottish. Sorry. Young people are so fucking entitled. I don't care about graphs and shite. How about that? Is that good? I worked hard for my fucking home. I worked hard for my home. Oh yeah, by the way, ivermectin sterilizes apparently, according to this fucking research that I have not seen, but there is a, like, I don't know how reliable the study is, but ivermectin has the capacity to sterilize you apparently if you use it. So watch out. I mean, if you're the type, oh, what the fuck? If you're the type of person who like looks at one study and goes, yeah, that's it, brother, then you should be extra careful about ivermectin. All right, let's get started. Taliban is blocking a plane from leaving Afghanistan. I wonder if they will admit that it is in coordination with Qatar, but maybe they won't. We'll see.
The Taliban claiming overnight that they have taken total control of Afghanistan. James Longman is tracking that and the 100 Americans there who are still.
My man is wearing fucking Stone Island, dude. This guy is ripping Stone Island. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, well, this is great. This tweet is great about ivermectin. We'll get to that in a second.
Still trying to get out. James, good morning.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, good morning, Whit. For many years, one province in Afghanistan was always able to resist the Taliban. But now it seems without Western help, it has finally fallen and the Taliban's grip of Afghanistan is finally complete.
This morning, the Taliban is claiming total control of Afghanistan. They say they've taken the last rebel stronghold, the Panjshir Valley to the north of Kabul, and they've been posting celebrations on social media, which they say shows them in control. If true, it would be the first time in decades Panjshir has been captured. It was the center of anti-Soviet resistance and was a holdout against the Taliban in the 1990s. The fighting group there, which calls itself the National Resistance Front, denies the claim. But even if small pockets of resistance remain, the Taliban's grip on Afghanistan is all but complete. Meanwhile, at a North Afghanistan airport, the rush to leave continues, even after US forces have departed.
Well, it's grim, quite candidly. They were in good spirits when they went up there a couple of days ago. But now, like I said, they have had to switch locations because they were in danger.
Paul Stern, who works for a US-based charity which focuses on the empowerment of young women, is actively trying to get Afghan girls out of the country. These satellite photos reportedly showing chartered planes at Mazar al-Sharif airport waiting to take off, but being blocked by the Taliban. A top Republican telling Fox the Taliban is holding Americans.
6 airplanes with American citizens on them as I speak, and the Taliban is holding them hostage for demands right now.
They had been a political football where they weren't allowed to go at first. And now they're basically being held at ransom by the Taliban.
And the State Department is not confirming there are Americans on those planes, saying yesterday, we will hold the Taliban to its pledge to let people freely depart Afghanistan. The White House now says there are about 100 Americans still in the country awaiting evacuation.
The Taliban says now that it's fully in control, it can go about setting up a government. But with ongoing reports of brutality, executions, house arrests, can it really be trusted? Eva?
So many people watching to see how it plays out. James Longman for us there. Thank you.
Well, hey there, GMA.
So what I don't understand about this coverage is, am I wrong? Did I misread what was actually going on? Because I thought the reason why they were holding the planes down is not because they have like demands or some shit. What kind of fucking demands would they even have? They're holding the fucking planes because they want to, because of Qatar. They're supposed to be flying out to Qatar. And they're waiting on confirmation from Qatar to allow the planes to take off. Why are they... Dude, the media is so fucking horny, dude. Like... What is going on? Like, why are they covering it as though they're like... 4 planes chartered to evacuate several hundred people seeking to escape Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan have been unable to leave the country for days, officials said Sunday, with conflicting accounts emerging about why the flights weren't able to take off as pressure ramps up on the United States to help those left behind to flee. An Afghan official at the airport in the northern city of Mazar-e-Sharif said that the would-be passengers were Afghans, many of whom did not have passports, many of whom who did not have passports or visas and thus were unable to leave the country. He said they had left the airport while the situation was sorted out. The top Republican on the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, however, said that the group included Americans and they were sitting on planes. The Taliban were not letting them take off, effectively holding them hostage. So why is the fucking media directly quoting what a top Republican U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee official said, instead of, like, I don't know, questioning it a little bit further? The Taliban will not let them leave the airport, he said, adding that he's worried they're going to demand more and more, whether it be cash or legitimacy as the government of Afghanistan. Dude, why? They already have legitimacy as the government of Afghanistan. This is such a fucking delusional take. Just because Joe Biden says, oh, we're not going to treat them as equals, Jack, doesn't mean that they already haven't. You gave them Afghanistan. That's it. The Afghan official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the subject said it was 4 planes and the intended passengers were staying at the hotels while authorities worked out whether they might be able to leave the country. The sticking point, he indicated, is that many did not have the right travel papers. The small airport in Mazar-e-Sharif only recently began to handle international flights and so far only to Turkey. The planes in question were bound for Doha, Qatar, the Afghan official said. It was not clear who chartered them or why they were waiting in the northern city. The massive airlift happened at Kabul's International Airport, which initially closed after the U.S. withdrawal, but where domestic flights have now resumed. Okay, they have to mention, like, that. Several countries have also been bringing in humanitarian. Qatar. What I do not understand is why they're fucking making this claim that they're holding the Taliban are holding them hostage, when what I had read originally was that, wait, let me just find that the Qatari officials were the ones who were saying that they can't travel yet without proper precautions. Hold on. Qatar has also provided diplomatic clearance for the flights to land, but the Taliban must first allow the planes to depart. It is the Taliban decision to ground flights in Mazar-e-Sharif, the State Department said in an email. Negotiations that allow the planes to depart involving officials of the Taliban, the U.S., and Qatar have dragged on for days, leaving evacuees in an increasingly precarious limbo. The reason the Taliban wants to prevent these people from leaving is likely because they intend to punish them for their cooperation with the U.S., said Mick Mulroy, a former senior Pentagon official who's been working with the group Task Force Dunkirk to help evacuate Afghans from the country. I just don't understand. They would never fucking touch American citizens, especially right now. They don't, it's not in their interest to, like, literally allow American citizens to die or even fucking harm American citizens, especially considering that would unironically sully the deal that they have put together thus far. A deal that allows them to have full control over Afghanistan, which is exactly what their ultimate goal was. Okay? That makes no sense. Speaking of deals, there's a deal that I took with Amazon, of course. A deal where I have to run a top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. Now, of course, this is the first ad break of the day. However, fear not. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free with the Twitch Prime, that is. Well, it's not even $5. It's like $4, I think. I don't fucking know. It's September, so it's the cheaper. I think it's $4. Whatever. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription. Here's the ad break now. Mr. McCall said the Taliban wanted something in exchange for approving takeoff of planes. He said he believed they were seeking full recognition from the United States of America. Just got corona. Wish me luck. Hopefully, I wish you an expedient recovery, my friend. Literally ex-CIA. Ex-CIA. Threat. Urgent Afghan help request from former U.S. allied intel military pros. Please amplify. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do want to negotiate to like get full-blown recognition. I'm not asking this in a cheesy conspiracy way, but do you think the U.S. had any direct involvement in the planning of 9/11? Like, is there actually any legitimate, non-insane evidence that the U.S. could have been part of it in some fashion? I hate that I have some doubts about the official report because it makes me feel like a conspiratorial idiot. I mean, beyond the fact that our greatest ally in the region outside of Israel and its royal family that runs that country directly funded the 9/11 operations, and that the person responsible for the person responsible was like lauded and praised as a fucking major developer that was an anti-Soviet hero that whose fighters we trained, whose extremist values we also funded. I mean, there's like the involvement with 9/11 with respect to the United States government is so fucking deep that like I don't know what to tell you. I mean, yeah, it wasn't like it mobilized the entire West to go to war and got the public on side. Yes. They had reasonable reports of a potential 9/11 style attack leading up to 9/11. The main leader of the Northern Alliance, very famous moderate mujahideen that was not like an Islamist fundamentalist like the rest of them that actually fought against Al-Qaeda at the time, wanted to offer bin Laden for his connection to the 1993 attacks and is also on World Trade Center, and also his funding of other like Islamist fundamentalist groups, was willing and able to and had told America, had told the CIA that they were going to extradite him. No, he wasn't a Taliban. He was just the Northern Alliance leader and a hero to many Afghans. And then that person got executed 2 days before 9/11 because of correspondence that he had that outed his location. Correspondence that he had with the Blind Sheik, which was an American CIA asset, also for his anti-Soviet war fighting. The CIA literally caused the guy who was trying to give Osama bin Laden to America to get murdered by Al-Qaeda 2 days before 9/11. They burned him 2 days before 9/11, dude. So Ahmed Shah Massoud was still an Islamist. He was only moderate in the sense of Afghan politics, but outside of that context, he still had extreme views. Yes. But he was seen as... Yes. Ahmed Shah Massoud was seen as a hero, and he was significantly more moderate than, like... What's the other guy whose name sounds like ivermectin? He has like the weirdest fucking name. Hekmetin or something. Or Hekmetyar. Or no, it wasn't. The black sheik or whatever. Gülbüdün Hekmetyar. Black Iverson. White Iverson. Anyway, so the World Trade Center's held a very high percentage of the nation's gold and is mysterious to gamble for the planes hit. Okay, I don't care about all that sort of stuff. The people that are saying Masood was a Islamist are saying that because they're probably pro USSR. Anyway, listen, just hold on. Just to be able to pull off such a fucking calculated and precise attack with such limited logistics and that requires an insane amount of fucking training that the fucking hijackers got from the United States. Okay? It's just like you can't do that without funding, without training, without numerous other parties being involved in it. Okay, that's my take. And also, the United States government did know about like they had intelligence that was workable leading up to 9/11 that talked about how a 9/11 style attack could happen. But the intelligence communities did not, the intelligence organizations did not communicate with one another. Turkish biggest terrorist funding country in the world, not Saudi, so shut the fuck up. I mean, we're talking about 9/11, brother. The Saudi royal family literally funded, there were members of the Saudi royal family literally funded it, and they were fucking 17 and 19 hijackers were Saudis. They were on Saudi passports. They had been able to travel to America freely and get training from America because Saudi Arabia is our ally. Like, you might be a progressive Saudi who thinks that the current government is like bullshit, fucked up, and also like in the post-OPEC world, Saudi Arabia has like greatly fucking changed its attitudes, and that their spreading of Wahhabist fundamentalism in an effort to like push the more extremist fundamentalists away from the country to like have some sort of like internal cohesive peace. If you recognize all that, you should not be fucking caping for the current Saudi government. Anyway. Okay, so let's watch this. See what life under Taliban rule looks like outside of Kabul. By the way, there was a really good, I think it was a New Republic piece that just came out that talks about exactly what I've been saying, which is women living outside of the green zone that the United States had put together have literally been celebrating the evacuation of the U.S. military and the military withdrawal. Not necessarily because they themselves are Islamists or anything, but because the U.S. military's presence there was caused significant harm to their well-being and their lives, on top of the fucking Taliban that they have to deal with. So outside of the fucking green zone, as I mentioned to you already, in other parts of Afghanistan where millions and millions and millions of fucking people live, they are absolutely celebrating the evacuation of the United States, the withdrawal of the U.S. troops. And yet, oh, it was a New Yorker article. Yeah, the other Afghan women that never get coverage, of course, and coverage only is extended to the people in Kabul. Yes, New Yorker article by Anand Gopal. But I'm fairly certain that this won't, this won't get the media apparatus to fucking dial it back and think about America's involvement in the region differently. Oh my God. Oh my God. I literally was partying with him like a couple weeks ago, dude. What the fuck? That's insane. Holy shit, dude. That's so nuts. Weren't you too awkward to talk to him? Yeah. I mean, we just dabbed each other up and I was unable to talk to him because I was, I got a little nervous, but that fentanyl is everywhere. Please be careful, everyone. Yeah, be safe. There's like fentanyl test kits out there that you can purchase on Amazon that are relatively affordable, which should be a fucking literal like last case, but just I don't know if that's the cause. I have no idea what it is, but definitely test your shit. Test all the drugs that you take, not just fucking, for the record, not just fucking heroin. There's a lot of drugs out there that are laced with fentanyl. This over the weekend, 3 comedians died. Or just don't do it, obviously. But over the weekend, 3 comedians died because they took fentanyl laced cocaine. What is this? The last line here is absolutely insane. 90% of American media was chomping at the bit to continue. My daughter wakes up screaming that the Americans are coming. We have to keep talking to her softly and tell her, no, they won't come back. Bought a test kit for LSD and they gave me a free fentanyl kit. I'm pretty sure they are decently cheap and easy to test. Yeah. Obviously, it's best to not do drugs. I don't. And I recommend you don't either. But let's be real. I'm not going to be able to stop you. So. It's a great tool, but fentanyl test strips are simple, inexpensive, and evidence-based method for averting drug overdoses. FTS are small strips of paper that can detect the presence of fentanyl in any drug batch, pills, powder, injectables. This tool might be life-saving for the teenager experimenting for the first time, the individual in the throes of a severe opioid use disorder, the concert goer looking for a trip, the person using a preferred substance obtained from a new source, or the individual years into recovery. FTS also supports the dignity and well-being of the people who use drugs, enabling them to make educated decisions. And yet, after years of press and discussions of the strip's utility, AFDS aren't as widely available as one would expect them to be. It is time to take a more critical look at the importance of destigmatizing this tool and increasing its distribution and availability while highlighting the grave risk and not doing so. You should also carry Narcan with you as well if you have like a first aid kit or anything. You should always have Narcan available for a potential overdose. Okay, us EMTs call it Narcandy. Yeah, unfortunately it's. Can you get Narcan over the counter? Yes, absolutely. A lot of cities will have programs where you can get it for free. You can literally get it for free. Dude, this is like not a joke. The opiate crisis is so bad that like they fucking literally will give you fucking Narcan for free if you Google it. I used to work in rehab and we had tons of Narcan for dangerous situations. Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get back to what we were talking about. Life in Afghanistan under the Taliban.
Taliban leaders are claiming they have taken control of the Panjshir province. That was the final stronghold of resistance forces that were left in Afghanistan. And this morning, CNN is getting its first look at life outside of Kabul under Taliban rule. And Nick Robertson is joining us now with that. This is really the story. In fact, it's kind of the unseen story of what is happening outside of the capital for Afghans, Nick.
Yeah, Brianna, we're hearing a lot about waiting to find out what sort of government the Taliban is going to put in place. They've promised for it to be inclusive. We know they're likely to keep their supreme leader, their commander of the faithful, but little else is sort of really coming from the Taliban. But if you get out into the country, you can actually see how they're governing, and they're putting their Islamic principles first. Inside the new Afghanistan, in rural Paktika province far from Kabul, the Taliban's provincial governor has called a meeting. No women to be seen. Local village elders and tribal chiefs listen. A young boy takes a selfie. Much has changed since the Taliban were last in charge. Smartphones and social media. But poverty, still the country's biggest problem.
We have many expectations, and we are praying the Taliban will deliver.
The week after Kabul fell, a local journalist took a road trip for us to see what was happening outside the capital. Taliban guides showed him the way. At the border, changes already underway. Part charm offensive, giving traders what they want, longer opening hours at the border, and part crackdown, keeping men and women apart.
Let me tell you, before we had one single line for both men and women. Now we have two. They are kept apart.
Pakistani officials easing into the new relationship, backing the segregation. On this journey, two things become clear: Afghanistan's near financial collapse and the hard switch to religious rule.
Okay, that doesn't sound progressive. No shit. Guys, if you thought that these fucking fundamentalists were going to be progressive, I mean, you have another thing coming for you, dude. Yeah, obviously not. Like, I hope you don't misunderstand. When I'm covering the Taliban, I'm not saying they're like beacons of progress. I'm simply stating that women in Afghanistan are forced to deal with shitty alternatives regardless of who's in charge. And it's basically harm reduction at this point to get the United States to evacuate and withdraw their forces so that there is more regional stability under yet another oppressive, incredibly oppressive, and horrible and fundamentalist regime.
Spotting a crowd, the team stop.
Following the Quran fundamentalist is not a following of the Quran, okay? All matter of religion is subject to interpretation. If you think that, like, these guys are following the Quran to a T, then I guess you think the Westboro Baptist Church is following Christianity to a fucking T. But maybe you're an Reddit atheist Andy. Wraithiest. Come on, how was women's fate the same before? It should have been much better. No. Especially for women living in areas like this outside of Kabul, their lives were fucking worse overall. They still had Taliban control. There was constant fucking fighting. And then sometimes dudes that are decked out in like American camo would come in, break their fucking doors down, and just rip into the houses. So no, it wasn't better overall. Their lives were fucked across the board. At least it's not a war zone now. On top of the religious fundamentalism. Motherfuckers think like America was, I don't know, a beacon of progress in the country when we killed 72,000 civilians in Afghanistan. That's crazy.
It's a provincial courthouse. Inside, local leaders careful to praise the new boss. We used to have to go a long way to get to a Taliban court, he says. Now we have one right here. The new judge in town, quite literally, laying down the Taliban law, their interpretation of Islamic law.
See, even fucking CNN's exclusive reporter is saying their interpretation of the Quran. Except chatters in here are like, no, that's the only interpretation. So strange that like so many Muslim countries don't follow that interpretation, but hey, what's up?
We asked the previous judges how they used to work. They said they were following the law of the land, not the Sharia.
Yeah, I love when homies wear gold watches, which is literally not something you can do as a male in Islam. It's haram to wear gold watches or gold jewelry as a male.
Yeah. In Islamic Emirate, all court proceedings.
Hasan, what is jihad exactly? Really curious as a Muslim. Jihad just means struggle. It can mean struggle against emancipation, or it can mean fucking really curious, just curious Andy. Or it can mean whatever these fucking psychos' interpretation of jihad is, which is like spreading Islamic fundamentalism all around the world.
Are according to the Sharia law.
Under Taliban rule in the 1990s, the Taliban's Sharia law led to public amputations for thieves, stoning of adulterers, even hanging. But in the local market, Sharia law is not the big concern. It's making a living.
Business is very bad. We don't know who is in charge. Only low-ranked people are here. We don't know if we can trust them. They are not telling us anything, and the situation has not improved. Prices are going up.
In the barber's shop, business is down. It's not only me, he says, but business is bad in the market. It's not as good as before. They're not alone. The local pharmacist is also struggling. Stocks already depleted under the last government. The clinic's maternity nurse also worried about finances, says the previous government didn't pay her for the past 4 months and she can't afford to go home. closer to Kabul.
Wait, I'm confused. The previous government didn't finance the maternity ward? Wait, how could that be? That was the American puppet government that literally fucking... Wait, how could that be? That's so strange that the previous American puppet state was also not doing great by the women in faraway regions of Afghanistan away from Kabul. That's so strange.
Kabul, another doctor, more problems. Day and night, he says, we get 25 to 30 patients. And we have just one doctor and one nurse for them all. Outside the hospital, the Taliban claim an alternate reality.
Before you didn't know whether the doctor was coming or not, but now they are there for you all the time.
On this trip, the Taliban's prioritizing of Sharia law and bits of charm offensive seemingly missing Afghans' most important needs, a secure livelihood.
And that's what's got countries like Pakistan on the borders of Afghanistan worrying. Quite simply, if there isn't economic success, if the Taliban can't run the country properly and provide for everyone's living, then all those people, or a lot of those people, are just going to come to the borders, try to get into Pakistan and the other countries, possibly make it on as refugees to Europe. And that's a destabilizing influence here. And Pakistan says it just can't afford it.
And they can't afford it. So what are they doing there, Nick?
Well, the Pakistan's head of intelligence, the ISI chief, went to Kabul to meet with the Taliban on Saturday. He came back, we didn't get an accurate description or a full description of what he was doing, but that's where we learnt about some of the problems that the Afghan government is having in deciding who should run the country, or the Taliban are having problems. Apparently they've got military commanders who are disputing about who should be the defense minister. There are other issues in there as well. You know, Pakistan's sort of trying to be the diplomatic middle ground at the moment, hosting, I think it's the Italian foreign minister today. They had the British, the Germans, the Dutch foreign ministers all last week. So I think that when you see what the Pakistanis are doing, and yesterday having a virtual summit with all the neighbors, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Iran.
They literally had the head of ISI in Kabul. I wonder what he was doing. The head of the Pakistani intelligence was in Kabul doing meetings. He was just probably chilling.
China as well on that virtual summit. They're really trying to get a diplomatic initiative going, which really says engage with the Taliban, the international community. But at the moment, there's no real evidence that's happening. And when you have planes sitting on the runway in Mazar-e-Sharif, people who are trying to get out, and the Taliban had agreed to that, not able to get out, it's all, it's just raising the stakes and raising the concerns.
We're going to talk about Mazar-e-Sharif in just a second, Nick. With the emphasis on Sharia law from the Taliban, any sense from the people you've spoken to or the sources that we still have inside the country what the situation is for women in some of these outer provinces?
Look around that big crowd. That's what struck me. I used to go into Afghanistan when the Taliban were in control in the late 90s, and women were just sidelined from society. Look around that big crowd at the beginning of our report there. Not a woman to be seen. The Taliban just don't want to see them really engaging actively in society. Yes, they say they'll get an education, but the strictures they're putting on education now, they're saying that girls will have to go to separate classrooms to boys in schools. They'll have to wear sort of full black covering. If their classrooms are small, they can put a curtain in the classroom between boys and girls. So they're really marginalizing the role of women that has done so much to come along in the past 20 years. The small protests over the weekend by a group of...
Can we stop pretending that Islam's a modern religion? Yeah, that's why there's like 8 Muslim countries have had like female leaders before the United States of America because of how fucking anti-women and how anti-modern they are. Including Turkey. Your mic audio is effing intermittently? I don't know what you mean. But I haven't heard it from anyone else. I didn't know your chat had so much anti-Islam sentiment. What the fuck? Welcome to America, my friend. Welcome to the fucking West, dude. That's 20 years of anti-Muslim radicalization that you have to work to undo. Stop calling Turkey a Muslim country. Yeah, dude, you're right. 95% Muslim, 99 by certain estimates. But hey, guess what? Because there's like 5% agnostics in the country now, according to some estimates, it's no longer a Muslim country. It is an overwhelmingly majority Muslim country. They are progressive, okay, with respect to Afghanistan. Mal mısın? Anayasada layık ülke yazıyor. Oğlum salak salak konuşmayın amına koyayım. Amerika'da da layık ülke yazıyor ama kitabı koyuyorlar yani. Basman gerekiyor kitabın üzerine elini. Judge olmadan önce. Amına koyayım Recep Tayyip Erdoğan neydi? Genelkurmay Başkanı'yla çıktı. İmamla beraber dua okuyorlar amına koyayım. Sen bana ne diyorsun ya? Salak salak konuşma. For the chatters who are questioning women heads of state, Elizabeth II, Queen of Pakistan. Okay, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Benazir Bhutto. In Bangladesh, Khalida Zia, Tansu Çiller in Turkey, as I've talked about before. Prime Minister of Turkey in 1993, bro. Where's Hillary Clinton? Breaking that glass ceiling? One day. Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh. Senegal, Indonesia had one. Megawati Sukarnoputri. I'm fucking that up. Kyrgyzstan had one. Anyway, yeah, I live in Indonesia. There's plenty of Muslim women leaders. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're like if all you care about is like girl boss feminism, neoliberal feminism, then numerous Muslim countries beat America by that metric. You understand that, right? So shut the fuck up. If you're gonna hit me with some like dumbass girl boss feminist, neoliberal girl boss feminist metrics, then I'll flip that back on you and show you that like even from those dumbass metrics that you want to fucking put, you're wrong. Hollaback Boy says, Shana Tova to all my Jewish comrades in the chat. Hostel, may all of you have a happy and healthy new year. 89%, not 99%. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? It literally changes depending on what study you look at. I didn't say 99. I said 90 originally, and then I also said 95, and then I also said it changes depending on what study you look at. Part of the problem with like actual fucking studies coming out of Turkey is that a lot of people are genuinely scared of giving accurate answers. Okay? There is a big growing agnostic movement in Turkey. Like very big. But even someone like myself, I still have Muslim on my fucking card, on my identity card, which they, I guess, shifted now. On my e-identity card, it says Islam. Much like many of the people that live in Turkey. It's like the default religion. Do you even do your research? Yes, I do. There is a 99... You said 99, but I took that as an intentional hyperbole. No, there are studies that say 99% of Turkey is fucking Muslim. I did say that. Islam is the largest religion in Turkey, according to the state, with 99.9% of the population being initially registered to the state as Muslim. For anyone whose parents are not of any officially recognized religion, and the remaining 0.1% are Christians or adherents of other officially recognized religions like Judaism. You understand? Chatter's arguing with a Turkish man. I know. I just like... I literally mentioned all of this. He didn't read his own link. Yeah, I can't believe he fucking sent me a link and like didn't read it himself. And guess what, motherfucker? 90% Muslim country has a public health system and you can get fucking abortions, dude. So I guess, you know, if abortions and like women in leadership are the only metrics for feminism, for girl boss feminism, and of course denial of those two things are indicative of how fucking reactionary and backwards your goddamn country is, America. Turkey, by those metrics, are more progressive than the United States of America. But what's up? It's all, yeah, we have fucking sex work. Turkey has legal sex work. Government assisted, government funded, literal brothels, dude. These issues are incredibly complicated, and trying to reduce them to like dumbass fucking understandings is silly. No porn though. For abortion stats, Middle East is better than some states here. Alabama, Iran, or Saudi Arabia. We checked where abortion laws are better for women. Laws in many Muslim majority countries in the Middle East are actually more lenient than those currently being pushed in some U.S. states. Harrods, fines. I don't have full access to it, so I can't read this, but... Address this? How come all the terrorist organizations are Islamic? Wait, really? I didn't realize the Ku Klux Klan was an Islamic terror organization. I didn't realize the fucking Republican Party of the United States was Islamic. The word you're looking for is fundamentalist, not Islamic, you fucking idiot. Especially in a country like the United States, which I suspect you don't live in. Because if you did live in the United States, you would recognize that more than 75% of the terror attacks that have occurred on U.S. soil, domestic terror attacks, since 9/11 were committed by white supremacist, far-right, anti-government extremists. I guess they're patriots, though, so it doesn't matter, right? Muslim majority states that allow abortions in more cases than Alabama, Tunisia, Turkey, Algeria, Jordan, Kuwait, Morocco, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia. But most terrorist attacks are committed by Islamic fundamentalists. It's not true. That's not true. Even if you recognize terrorism in the American understanding of what terror is, which is simply a designation for any non-state actor that the United States has declared to be bad and wrong and against the U.S. interests, even on that front, white supremacists are significantly better at doing terror in America than any other fucking, like, Muslim fundamentalist group ever could. The definitions of terrorism exist to justify the state's monopoly on violence and also erode habeas corpus rules so that you can fucking unironically terrorize whoever the fuck you want. But those aren't considered terrorists, dude. Those are just patriots, brother. Yeehaw. It's never an act. If it's never an act of terror, if a white supremacist literally writes a manifesto and says, I'm going to go murder some fucking people because I believe in, you know, a white ethno state, and you don't declare that to be a fucking act of white supremacist terror, then hey, guess what? That's just a patriot doing patriotism a little bit more than other patriots, right? Then you can live in this delusional reality that you have conducted for yourself, that you've crafted this perfect narrative where terrorism just means you're brown. And the more brown you are, the more terrorist you are. That's the fucking reality. But even according to our intelligence communities, the escalating terrorism problem in the United States has grown since 9/11 to heavily feature white supremacist, anti-government, far-right extremism. It is so much more successful than Islamic fundamentalists committing acts of terror. The amount of fucking people that still to this day consider what happened on January 6th to be good and right and correct when you could consider that to be an insurrectionist act of terror with the same exact fucking metrics is mind-boggling. And there goes the fucking definition of terrorism. It is endlessly expansive. And you can fucking literally consider most things that the Republican Party does to be terrorism. Dude, shut up. Don't you know those white people are mentally ill? How dare you trivialize mental illness? Canceled. The irony is that someone just brought up motherfuckers were trying to kidnap and kill a governor and they were brown, not Muslim. They were not brown nor Muslim. Yeah, the irony there is that the Michigan governor kidnapping plot was eerily similar to the way that the FBI used to deal with, you know, Muslim teenagers with autism and intellectual disabilities, you know, just to urge them over the internet to like commit an act of terror and then supply them with the tools only to arrest them in the end and get a quick W on the board. If you look to what the FBI used to do under the Obama administration, under the Bush administration, the types of entrapment that they engaged in with like young Muslim kids on the fucking internet, they're doing the exact same shit to white supremacists and like white dumbasses now. So 60 years of history by the FBI is just horrific. Wait, what the fuck? How do I find that? Literally just Google FBI entrapment Muslim teenager intellectual disability. We still don't know what caused. We still don't have the full details on the anthrax attacks, too. The Herald Square bomber, who wasn't? After 9/11, U.S. authorities used informants to secure hundreds of terror convictions. But did they help create plots where none existed? The answer is yes. And this is the fucking New York Times, by the way. Like, not even You know, not even one of those terrible outlets like The Intercept. Developmental disability, not intellectual. Okay, sorry. For the record, they did this to continue galvanizing the public into overlooking the erosion of civil liberties in the form of the Patriot Act and numerous other ways in which we militarized our police force. I was looking at the 9/11 footage on that documentary, and what struck me as so odd, because it happened 20 fucking years ago, was how non-militarized the police force was. It was wild. Wild seeing cops look less kitted out than like security guards at the mall. I'm old enough to remember that Barack Obama at one point said that it is an abysmal, horrible thing to have a top secret prison facility in an area that's not even on U.S. soil, where we extrajudiciously throw random people that we've decided are terrorists and torture them for extended periods of time. I'm old enough to remember he ran on closing that facility. I'm old enough to remember he also talked about and defeated Hillary Clinton in the marketplace of ideas by saying Hillary Clinton was a warmonger and that he was against the Iraq War and was actually going to pull out of the Iraq War. Only to facilitate a troop surge in Afghanistan, of course. And to never actually follow through on prosecuting those who ended up torturing people. Literally torturing people under the CIA program. Sorry, engaging in enhanced interrogation. Like waterboarding. Practices that still continue in black site facilities in Turkey and Egypt to this day. Practices that were found to be completely horrible. I'm old enough to remember that those practices were justified in TV shows that you watched all around at the same time, like 24. Awful lot of fucking intelligence community members in TV shows were just torturing motherfuckers. So weird. Old enough to remember that he droned an American and extrajudiciously murdered an American citizen and his family. I'm also old enough to remember that Donald Trump ended up murdering that person's sister in a similar drone strike. Bombed a hospital in Kunduz. I'm also old enough to remember that Obama only apologized for murdering white people in drone strikes. And no such apologies ever came for Pakistani or Afghan civilians that were also murdered, 72,000 to be exact, over the course of the 20-year-long war. Not just drone strikes, but numerous other victims of conquest. Also old enough to remember that Barack Obama joked about drone striking the Jonas Brothers. It was just a thing that you could joke about. Yeah, he did. He said he was going to drone strike the Jonas Brothers at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Someone born post 9/11. Can you explain the Patriot Act to me? The Patriot Act allowed the American government to just engage in mass surveillance of all citizens in a single, with a single fucking signature. It completely eradicated the privacy that you previously may have had under the law. It also established the Department of Homeland Security and also ICE. Previously, ICE used to be the INS. Did you ever take flights pre 9/11? Of course. Of course I did. Deaths due to terrorism. Terrorism in Britain, the statistics. I mean, in 2020, the largest instances of terror happened by left-wing and anarchists. Ethno-nationalists and separatists. 14 jihadists, 4 right-wing. The left-wing and anarchists in the UK are killing it, I guess. I don't know what the fuck the UK's designation of terror attacks are, so I can't speak on this data. This is probably fucking so dumb. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they define as terrorism, so I can speak on it in America. I can't speak on it in the UK. The prior 2 years, though, 57 ethno-nationalists and separatists, 83 before then. Breaking into an Aldi to get free chickens. Let's watch the search for answers 20 years after 9/11.
Hi, and welcome back to...
We're going to be talking about this more this month for obvious reasons, because 9/11 is back on the market for discussion.
GMA, we want to get right to our cover story. The search for answers 20 years after the 9/11 attacks. On Friday, President Biden announced plans to review and potentially declassify the documents from the 9/11 investigation. That decision comes after years of pressure from victims' families. One of the prime movers here has been Brett Eagleson, who was 15 when he lost his dad on 9/11. Brett is among those featured in an ABC News documentary series hosted by our George Stephanopoulos, premiering tonight on ABC News Live. And here is a preview.
I can't wait to watch all these fucking horrible documentaries, by the way. I'm also old enough to remember that Obama literally tried to prevent 9/11 victims from suing Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian state. Old enough to remember that too. Did everything in his power and still continued to urge against it. There's that fun little tidbit too.
I think as time passes, it puts you in a different perspective. I was at a point in my life where I started.
I think most importantly, though, I'm old enough to remember that at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break that comes at the top of every hour. But I'm also old enough to tell you, through my experience, that there are methods that you can do to avoid those ad breaks. For example, you can subscribe for $4 because it's September right now, or for free with a Twitch Prime if you have one. You can also use an ad block or a VPN. That's right. But Twitch Prime is free. If you have a wife's boyfriend, if your wife has a boyfriend that has an Amazon Prime, you can yoink that. Connect it to your Twitch. Get 1 free Prime subscription. Here's the ad now.
Questioning not the narrative that planes hit the World Trade Center, but how they all pulled it off. And there was no way that these 19 hijackers, with their level of education and their level of knowledge of American culture and their level of English, was able to pull off an attack so destructive and so consequential on the United States. And at the time, a lot of the indications were Saudi charities were behind this. The Saudi government was behind this.
In 2004, the 9/11 Commission found, quote, no evidence the Saudi government as an institution or as individual senior officials knowingly support or supported al-Qaeda.
The Saudis have...
That's so strange because members of the Saudi royal family directly funded them. So that's kind of weird that's... Man, what a strange report.
Always relied upon the findings of the 9/11 Commission report to sort of vindicate any of their involvement.
There is no Saudi government involvement or involvement by Saudi officials in the events of 9/11, so I don't know how one can be more clear than this.
But it's really important.
It's so strange that they're like, there's no involvement. Saudi Arabia had no involvement, except they literally threatened... Their official Twitter account threatened Canada with their very own 9/11. When Justin Trudeau was doing that, like, you know, symbolic finger wagging against Saudi Arabia. Do you guys remember that? Hold on, let me show you. Yes, we had no involvement in 9/11 whatsoever. Saudi Arabia appeared to threaten Canada with a 9/11 style attack and a feud over human rights, striking one's nose where it doesn't belong. As the Arabic saying goes, he who interferes with what doesn't concern him finds what doesn't please him. It wasn't their official account, but it was a Saudi what was it? It was like the fucking infographic KSA account. No, it wasn't fake, dumbass. I remember it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, I remember seeing the actual tweet, man. Stop trying to gaslight me. I literally was covering the news back then, so I saw the actual tweet when it was live before they deleted it. Anyway.
People of this country, for people of America to know that the 9/11 Commission ended in 2004. The FBI continued to investigate the Saudi role in 9/11 until 2016 under this secret operation called Operation Encore.
Much of the findings of Operation Encore, first reported by ProPublica and the New York Times, are still classified. The Eagleson family, along with thousands of others, joined a class action lawsuit against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, revealing more details about the Saudis' alleged role.
You know, these hijackers were taught English. They were introduced to the local mosques. They were helping them set up bank accounts. They were showing them how to sign up for flying lessons. So this support network was waiting for them when they arrived here in the United States. So the charge is...
So interesting that, like, a very high percentage, including the 1993, the first World Trade Center bombing that killed 5 people and injured 200, was, I believe, conducted by followers of famous CIA asset, the Blind Sheik. But he's a big anti-communist, so, you know, he was a very reliable CIA asset, you know? So interesting.
is that without the Saudi support network in place, they never would have been able to pull off one of the most devastating and consequential attacks in the history of the world.
Lawyers for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia declined to comment on the litigation.
Iranian reports from Guantánamo Bay ahead of trial for suspected 9/11 terrorists. Wait, what? Dude, Spencer Ackerman in his book talks about this one guy. I forget his name right now. This one dude in Florida that was imprisoned for so long and only released conditionally because, like, after they finally released him, because it was unconstitutional to hold him, they just claimed that he was a suspected terrorist. Okay? And they literally fucking locked him up. And then only like recently, 20 years later, they released him because after they originally released him, they put him in under using this like weird law. They put him in a fucking ICE detention facility because they said that he was stateless. Okay, no state would claim him. So they locked him in an ICE detention facility in New York. And finally they released him because he got COVID. CIA literally ran secret torture facilities in Eastern Europe, Poland, Lithuania, Romania, EU, NATO countries. How fucking crazy is that? Not crazy at all. Bro, CIA gave torture seminars to paramilitary groups in Latin American countries, dude. What the fuck do you mean? The CIA literally tortured people in Vietnam and worked with other torturers in Vietnam. There has never been a point in time when the CIA has not done torture. That's just like what the CIA does. They're evil as fuck. It's incredibly irresponsible to show the chat these conspiracy theories without showing them proof that the FBI actually does this shit. Google Khalil Abu Rayyan. Wait, what do you mean? You're joking, right? These aren't fucking conspiracy theories. I mean, I know you're joking, but none of what I said is conspiracy theories. And this is the fucking insane part about this is that, like, and this goes back to my conversation with my father about this, where it's like, they literally openly flex about this. Like, they declassify documents or they get caught. Like, it's not really hidden. Like, depending on what kind of fucking brainwashing you've gotten from the American media and your education, you probably think it's a conspiracy that the CIA gave Stinger missiles to the Mujahideen and trained them and gave them every single piece of arms that they used. Some of the Mujahideen, which became the Taliban, by the way. Some of the Mujahideen, which partnered with other international consortium of Islamist fundamentalists and became Al-Qaeda. I'm about to limit my hangout, the CIA. It's a conspiracy, just not a conspiracy theory. A true conspiracy is still a conspiracy, yeah. Yeah, the thing that the chatter was talking about is the suicidal man found himself ensnared in an FBI terrorist sting in Dearborn. Anyway. So much entertainment media not so subtly tries to hype people for the CIA, even though it's so fucked up. Stranger Things is probably one of the most recently widely accepted examples. The irony of the Stranger Things being like pro-military propaganda is that it's literally a fucking... It's written by a dude in Montauk. The original work was written by a dude in Montauk because there is actually a military facility in Montauk that would conduct like fucked up ass experiments. Anyway.
Do you talk about what we expect during these hearings and really how much the public will be able to, see and hear about it?
Good morning, Hallie. Look, this should be the trial of the century. The accused mastermind of 9/11, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, will be in that courtroom tomorrow with 4 other defendants accused of murdering 3,000 Americans. But a lot of people have long ago stopped paying attention because we're in the 9th year of pretrial hearings. And that's why one of the defense lawyers yesterday called what's happening here a farce. Now, one reason it's taking so long is these are newly created military commissions, so every rule can be the subject of legal wrangling, and they have been, by lawyers for days or weeks. There's also a logistical nightmare. I came down here on the same flight as prosecutors and defense attorneys and family members of victims, FBI agents, a military charter. It took a day. It's a logistical nightmare. Multiply that times 100 and you have these delays. Lastly, though, what defense lawyers say is the real reason for delay here is the secrecy surrounding these proceedings, the fact that a lot of the evidence is classified, and they say they haven't even gotten all of the evidence against their clients. And they say the main reason for that is that the government is still protecting what the CIA did to these detainees at black sites before they were transferred here to Guantánamo Bay.
Stranger Things was not based on Montauk they found in court? Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. It's too much of a fucking coincidence that, like, the book, the original work of art, because the writers sued Stranger Things. I guess it was too much of a fucking coincidence that, a massive Netflix show was able to beat some fucking writer on how theirs was an original work of art and completely unrelated to straight up the exact fucking IP.
Bay. Take a listen to what one of the defense lawyers, James Cannell, had to say about that, Howard.
Many of the procedures in Guantanamo Bay are designed to cover up torture. The classification, the investigations into the lawyers, the restrictions on public and media access, they're all part of a process to allow a prosecution without allowing accountability.
Thank you, Azan's Femboy May, for the 15 Tier 1 gift subs.
Now, look, Holly, prosecutors would say that it's actually the defense attorneys who are dragging this thing out with endless motions and litigations over whether, for example, statements from these defendants can...
You talk about brainwashing by the U.S. media, yet parrot everything they say. Horsewormer, Pepega. Dude, take it, dude. Take it. I don't care. Illallah. Just take it, dude, okay? If you're going to the fucking feed store and you're getting a paste that has like a horsey on it and it's apple flavored, you're taking horse dewormer, okay? I'm sorry. Me saying it's horse dewormer or me saying it's fucking cattle dewormer or me saying it's ivermectin doesn't change that reality, okay? And even the ivermectin for humans, okay, which is a different dosage for the record, is still not proven to be in aiding the recovery effort. Okay? You can say, yes, it is all you want. The main study that claims that causes so many of these fucking idiots like you in the goddamn chat to like agitate and advocate for ivermectin was pulled back because there was falsified data in it. And that destroyed the meta studies as well. And not only that, but like big pharma that is slated to gain so much money off of selling the ivermectin for humans, Merck, has urged people not to take it for COVID. The FDA has told people not to take it for COVID. I am all in favor of finding whatever kind of relief method that's available out there. Okay? I'm all in favor of hoping that ivermectin works. But the unfortunate reality is that it creates a false sense of security in so many people that are like, I'll take the horse dewormer, the media's lying to you. False. Ivermectin was originally for humans and someone then discovered that horses could use it and got awarded a Nobel Prize. This is blatant disinformation. What's going on today? Bro, it is a dewormer, dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not for this fucking disease. And there isn't any fucking proof that it's for this viral disease thus far. So if you want to fucking go and shit out, if you want to go and shit out your intestinal lining because you think ivermectin is going to work and you beg your doctor to prescribe one to you, go off. If you're going to go to the fucking feed store and get the horse paste, though, you might develop complications, liver failure. Other countries tried to use ivermectin for a cure because they are desperate, out of desperation, because they don't have access to the vaccines that we are hoarding. Oh shit. Right-wing Cope is using our fucking memes in here. Ivermectin. Now that is real medicine. Ivermectin, horse dewormer. Pfizer scientists say no. FDA says no. CDC says no. Trump says no. Biden says no. Random self-proclaimed medical experts on Facebook say yes. Wasn't the premature vaccination also an act of desperation? The people that were put up to the fucking control, or the people that were put up for the trials, yes, they engaged in an experimental, they engaged in taking an experimental drug, an experimental vaccine. That was desperation. Some of those vaccines did not work. Now, when vaccines don't work, it doesn't kill people. It just doesn't work. There were plenty of other companies that also developed vaccines. We don't talk about those companies. Do you want to know why? Because their fucking vaccine trials didn't show positive results in creating some form of immunity against the symptoms of COVID. The ones that actually did work, Pfizer and Moderna and AstraZeneca, these are the mRNA ones. Those are the ones that are in circulation. All you need to know is this, my friend. Who took the fucking vaccine first? Rich people. That's it. That's it, dude. Who's taking ivermectin? Prisoners in Arkansas. AstraZeneca is not mRNA, my dude, but you were right. Oh, wait, I thought AstraZeneca was mRNA. Holy shit. I'm sorry about that misinformation. Oh, I didn't realize the technology was the same as J&J. I thought it was also mRNA. Apologies. Please watch this insanity with 500K views.
I do know my weight limit. I did it under my weight limit. And the box also says, where's it at? It says, do not use in horses, intended for human consumption only. So I called poison control today. She said this was actually made for humans to take many moons ago. They found out it also works in animals. And as long as you stay within your weight limit or under your weight limit.
Bro, there's literally a horse on it. There's a horse on the box, dude. Why do you think there's a horse on the box? Why did you get it from the feed store? Why do you think it's wait, which taste, which one is this, I wonder?
So some people want to take,
a lot of these are like apple flavored.
the whole thing. That is not a good thing to do. Some people want to take over their weight. That is not a good thing.
She took the same thing as ivermectin or Alex Jones. Yeah, Purental is a medication used to treat a number of parasitic worm infections. Side effects includes nausea, headache, dizziness, trouble sleeping, and rash. A lower dose should be used in people with liver disease. Where it does not appear harmful during pregnancy, it has not been studied for this use. I guess they have the horse on the box to say, like, this is who can't use it. This is actually for humans, despite being at the feed store. Oh my fucking God, dude. It is apple flavored. Oh, it's literally, I was right. It's apple flavored.
It says, do not use in horses, intended for human consumption.
Oh my God. The fucking warning has no comma. She added a comma onto the fucking warning. I just realized. It says, do not use in horses intended for human consumption. So if you're going to eat like the horse meat, don't use the fucking ivermectin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just realized this. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh wow, dude. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck me. Oh Jesus Christ.
Under your weight limit. I actually took enough for a 100-pound person, which probably wouldn't work for me, but I wanted to see how my body reacted before I took more. It'll be another 2 days before I take any more. And she said it was actually safe to take, but to stay under your weight limit.
Punctuation matters. Ma'am, there's a horse on the packaging. And let's look at what it actually says that you just read. Do not use in horses intended for human consumption.
Oh my
God. That means do not use it in animals that you're going to eat. And read the next sentence. Not for use in humans. This is exactly the package you were holding. Let's read this. Warning, not safe or approved for human use, which could cause severe personal injury or death. Why?
It says, do not use.
I don't understand how people can be this fucking stupid, dude. Horse wormer is for oral use in horses only. All the videos on TikTok related to ivermectin. Okay, dude, I'm not fucking free scrolling on TikTok on ivermectin. This makes me so sad, dude. Wait, what is that? Did that guy come back with anything else? The first message was a joke, though. I'm a HasanAbi head. Okay, I might see where you're coming from. Sorry for being a total chatter. I think you're being a little biased when you don't scale the size and prominence of the Islamic fundamentalism. What? Okay, my boxes are very similar, but both this lady and Alex Jones took Purintel, not ivermectin. It's a different dewormer entirely, just the same packaging. Dude, there is a literal horse on it, dude. There is a horse on the package. There is a horse on the package. Let's assume that the CIA wants people... Oh, this was great. Hold on. Where is the original to this, though? Props to the CIA grunt who figured out they could make a very effective meme out of horse dewormer. Yeah, it's the CIA that put the horsies on the ivermectin paste that people are consuming on the Facebook groups. When your brain is so fucking mush that you think it's CIA propaganda to, like, vilify horse dewormer that people are taking by calling it horse dewormer. Let's assume that the CIA wants people to not get back to producing at optimal capacity and is suppressing effective medicine as such. Still no cause to simp. It probably wasn't too difficult. I can't believe the non-horse drug has a horse on the label and says for oral use in horses only. Jimmy Dore says, so is penicillin a horse drug too? Because there's a horse version of it. Why don't you take 2 seconds to Google who World Health Organization essential medicines ivermectin or not? And then you can keep mindlessly repeating anti-science propaganda about ivermectin fed to you by the establishment. Suit yourself. Bro, I don't care. I literally don't care. Just take it. Just fucking take the dewormer. I don't. Like, I actually don't care. I give up. I give up. I give up. I'm going to keep making fun of you. You're taking horse dewormer. A lot of people are taking horse dewormer because of these fucking idiots. But I actually don't care. Like, just take the horse dewormer, dude. Shit out your intestinal lining. I don't give a fuck. It's so fucking stupid. And the hilarious thing is that, like, people are going to be like, oh, dude, if ivermectin comes out and it's different than hydroxychloroquine, right? Because, like, we know nobody talks about hydroxychloroquine anymore. I wonder why. Because hydroxychloroquine was the horse dewormer during the COVID pandemic. Okay? And everyone was like, dude, this works. This totally works. Why? Because one fucking doctor said so. Okay? Now they're saying it's horse dewormer. They moved on from hydroxychloroquine to horse dewormer. Okay? Or ivermectin. During the pandemic, they were saying hydroxychloroquine. Now there's a vaccine. They're like, the vaccine is bad, but actually horse dewormer is good. Anyway, you have to agree that in countries like India, Islamic terrorism specifically is a problem, considering it has a strong influence in both Wahhabi and Deobandi Islam. Okay, dude. Sure. I don't give a shit anymore about those kinds of people. Unvaccinated / creates drama on every platform possible as COVID shit lasts longer. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man. Like, these people have this weird brain disease where they are incapable of fucking analyzing things appropriately. Like, they're like, oh, dude, no, everything I do is against the American government. It's like, what's his face from Gray Zone? What the fuck's his name? Contrarian Andy, dude. Like, they have to be fucking anti-American government. Like, no matter what. And once again, it lands you on the right side of many issues. It lands you on the right side of many issues. Oh, here it is. Max fucking Blumenthal, dude. Max Blumenthal. Look at this. CJ Hopkins. I live in Germany. I'm banned from eating at restaurants, traveling by plane and train, attending religious ceremonies, school, cultural events, and otherwise participating in society because I refuse to convert to the new official ideology. Good news. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine has been given full approval by the FDA. So this is CJ Hopkins. Max Blumenthal is interviewing him about the new normal and global capitalism's pandemic power play. Now, Max Blumenthal is the editor of the Gray Zone News, right? And they do some decent fucking coverage on shit that unfortunately gets no coverage from mainstream media. Why? Like, what is this? What are you doing? Luckily, Aaron Mate isn't a fucking psycho like Max here. And he's still, like, you know, advocating for mass usage of the COVID vaccine and stuff like that. But it's so weird that, like, that they just have this contrarian brain disease where everything that the American government should not be analyzed through a materialist perspective to see why it would be in the best interest of capital owners to get everyone back to fucking work and the economy to be back at like full scale production. And that's precisely why they want a working and effective vaccine. No, it must be something more than that. It must be something different. Like, how do you go from like defending China regularly, which took insane lengths of stopping the spread of COVID. Okay? I'm talking about Max Blumenthal, not the guy he's interviewing. How do you go from literally hyping up China and being like, they're doing such a good job with fucking restrictions on the pandemic, to turning around and being like, actually, when America does it, it's wrong. Or when Australia does it, it's horrible. It's so silly, dude. Some schmuck named Ban Unproven Medicine is whispering me charts on where and how to get your horse pace. Nice. I don't think Max agrees with this guy. So he's having him on to talk about the new normal and global capitalism's pandemic power play to defeat him in the marketplace of ideas, you think? The same guy who's been taking in recent days, taking like an anti-vax stance. And also on top of that, anti-shutdown stance. You think that guy is disagreeing with him? That's why he's having him on? To talk about his incendiary writings about the cult of the new normal and global capitalism's pandemic power play? I love promoting the books of people that I'm about to destroy in the marketplace of ideas. I'm showing you guys that it's not just it's not just fucking right-wingers that are like guzzling the horse paste, horse dewormer fucking rhetoric. Okay? Zaid Jilani, who's, I mean, he's mostly a reactionary now, but there are so many fucking people who used to be like technically on the left that just want to market themselves as skeptics. They want to market themselves as contrarian free thinkers. Because when you do that, you can have a fat Substack. Okay? And because Americans are so fucking stupid, because Americans are so insanely fucking idiotic and brain dead, that they respond to that as like, oh yeah, that guy who goes on Fox News regularly, okay, and talks to Tucker Carlson regularly, that guy is actually subversive. And Hasan, he's a DNC operative. You know what I mean? I'm actually not an anti-imperialist, even though, you know, whenever I get covered on Fox News, I got fucking crosshairs over my face. You know, they are the real anti-imperialists. Oh my God. They made a tier list? Can you both be anti-imperialists? Sure. But I'm not a fucking crank. Wow, really? Standing on a high horse when you need to be subscribed to send link proof? You're not worth our time. Send proof when you actively suppress the truth with your hate and foolishness. Facepalm emoji. This is a troll, right? This is an elaborate troll. Not ivermectin Fauci tier is the parental paste. That TikToker took this and Alex Jones took this. So they're not even like, they're not even good by this tier list. FDA approved, by the way. Not for fucking human consumption. It literally says for oral use in horses only. And then it says approved by FDA, but they circled that part. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This level of misinformation has gotten so fucking out of control, dude. Dude, I really wish Allah would just turn them into fucking zombies already. I gave my dad ivermectin to cure his COVID and he galloped out of the front door. Once again, I have to mention this, okay? As I always fucking do. If, and only if, ivermectin is tested and proven by actual scientists, not your fucking grandma and your aunt on Facebook, like legit goddamn scientists, to be a proven and effective method in aiding COVID recovery, then I will celebrate it and I will tell everybody to take it. But I'm pretty sure not the horse version. Okay. Even then, I'm almost certain the horse version, not good for humans. You are not a horse. You are a human being. Isn't it suspicious that the companies that made the vaccines have been released from any possible legal action in regards to the possible effects of the vaccines? Or is that standard for American companies? It's standard for American companies. And also on top of that, like, yeah, I'm not a fucking fan of how corrupt the big pharma is. But lastly, do you really think that, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but do you really think people will be fucking normal? Look at VAERS. Look at the vaccine, like, injury response form or whatever. There's like thousands of fucking fake there's like thousands of fake fucking inputs in there. What is this gold tweet? Some of those that work forces want the paste that's for horses. Ay, ay, ay, ay, ay. What about ketamine though? Yeah, don't get me started, all right? All right, here's Michael Moore on the end of the Afghanistan war. I gotta fucking pee real bad.
They offered to give up their lives so that we can be free. And all they ask for in return is that we never send them into harm's way unless it's absolutely necessary. George Orwell once wrote, "The war is not meant to be won. It is meant to be continuous."
So those were warnings from Michael Moore's 2004 documentary, Fahrenheit 9/11. Let's fast forward to this week. U.S. forces leaving Afghanistan, ending a 20-year occupation that began right after the 9/11 attacks. Here to discuss the end of America's longest war is Oscar-winning filmmaker Michael Moore, also host of the critically acclaimed Rumble with Michael Moore podcast. Michael recently launched a Substack and will be hosting a free screening of Fahrenheit 9/11 this Friday at michaelmoore.com. It's always good to have you on the show, Michael, so welcome back. And as we look at this Afghanistan war, it's over. How significant of a moment is this for you? How big of a mark do you think this is going to leave on President Biden's legacy, getting us out of this war?
Well, I think history will portray him as a courageous individual who was very brave in standing up against all the cries for continuing the war. Actually, let me just show you just a split second of his genius. If you could put up that still photo you just had on before I came on, especially I'm looking. Yes, okay, there we go. So this is the last soldier out. All right, this is General Donahue, and he is coming.
Chat, I know Omar from The Wire passed away, man. I don't know why. Dude, whenever people fucking pass away, like, you guys come in here and in like intervals to keep posting it. I know. Do you want me to cover it all day? Like, we already talked about it. I know. Pay respects to cultural figures. I did.
Up the ramp of the C-130. There's literally no other American soldier behind him there at the airport. He is the last one out. If you're the last one out and what you're leaving behind is the mortal enemy from the last 20 years. Look at him. He's coming up the ramp with not. What you do is you have to keep your back not to the enemy. You turn around and you back up the ramp with your gun pointed out because there's nobody there to protect you. And yet he knew he was safe, having his back to the Taliban and walking up that ramp. Now, how did he know he wasn't going to get shot, wasn't going to be the last man out dying going up that ramp? He's looking forward, not turned around. And the reason for that is we have a commander-in-chief right now who figured it out. He had to pivot very quickly because he did not expect the Taliban to take over the country that quickly. I just got to point at something here. And Osita said this as well yesterday. But isn't it strange that, like, a lot of liberals are just going buck wild against Joe Biden right now? And it's like it seems like Joe Biden's only allies in the media are the same Bernie bros. So interesting how that worked. I wonder if it was because, like, I wonder if we liked Bernie because it was a cult of personality and because he was like a sexy old man, or because he genuinely represented our interests. No, Michael Moore is not. I mean, he's a lib. He's always been a lib, but like,
He's much better than the average lib. Come on, guys, shut up. Michael Moore has been a fucking brave voice in Hollywood before some of you fucking leftists who are calling him a lib were even alive. Okay, put some respect on that name. This motherfucker was getting booed during the Oscars ceremony for literally saying, like, this war is a lie and it's built on lies, and that like we're doing genocide.
He had to negotiate. He had his team negotiating with the Taliban to make sure 124,000 people could get out safely, so that not one of those planes would be shot down out of the air. And he had to make sure that the very last soldier, General Donahue, could walk up that ramp safely without having to turn around to see if he was going to be shot by the Taliban. Who did that? Commander-in-Chief Joe Biden did that. He and his team negotiated with people that I would think would be extremely hard to negotiate with, to make sure that the Taliban would not kill any of our soldiers, and so that every plane could get up and in the air safely. It's an amazing accomplishment. I can't believe that this happened. Now, granted, you can't always plan for the...
Okay, he's like hyper focusing on the symbolism. Okay, dude, come on.
Rogue.
Move on.
The most amazing thing. We are so lucky to have a competent and caring commander-in-chief, and that is how he...
Oh, shut up. Okay, dude.
...will be remembered for this.
You know, thinking about that, I mean, it's very thought.
Bro, one of the most insane things that has happened thus far, has happened in the fucking media so far now, is that, like, I just want to show you guys this fucking image, dude. In invoking Bo, Biden broaches a loss that guided his presidency. New York Times changes Biden headline that claimed not everyone wants to hear about his late son, Bo. Biden ripped for bringing up his late son, Bo, and defending Afghanistan pullout. The dangers of the Bo Biden effect. National Review, Joe Biden needs to stop talking about Bo. Biden, faced with blame for the devastation in Afghanistan, again invokes his late son. Joe Biden can't use Bo to avoid answering for Marines' deaths. How wild. From the left and the right, dude. I mean, not left, obviously, but like libtard media and the fucking right-wing media just like, woo, they mad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been on team like making fun of Joe Biden for constantly talking about how much he grieves his son Bo all the time. He does certainly use it as a talking point quite a lot. I think his grievance is real. He's that Irish man. He's got that Irish heart, dude. He feels too much. But it's so strange when it comes down to it. You do a little bit of fucking, you go against the interests of Virginia, Langley, the State Department, a little bit. They'll fucking rip you, dude.
Thoughtful, sage observation, all encompassed in that photo, but you make very good points there. You're 100% right, Michael. But then how do you square that with the chaos, the tragedy of that ISIS-K attack? Those are pictures. I mean, you're a filmmaker. You're all about the visual and mirroring that with certain context. How do you square that as being part of the legacy of this withdrawal, which you know some are calling chaotic?
Well, they want to call it that because they don't want to give this man credit for getting 124,000 people out with their lives.
Yup. Isn't that last shot Moore's talking about literally on a military base? No shit, he's not going to get shot at? No, that's not. This is the Kabul airport that's at that point being controlled completely by the Taliban. He's officially the last American military member that is stepping onto the fucking plane. It's a symbolic photo, and he's unpacking the symbolism of said photo, saying like that's how much trust the American military had within the Taliban. That's how much confidence they had that the fucking last person leaving Afghanistan on the last plane outside of Afghanistan, there was not a single other fucking American military member behind him. Kabul International Airport was a military base, but not once we leave. Yeah. Like, there's not a single other fucking military, U.S. military member there to protect them. And he's not even looking behind.
Without a single plane being shot down. And not a single soldier of ours killed by the Taliban. I mean, terrorism has been with us for a long time. It will be with us for a long time after this. And a lot of times.
Who took the photo then? Are you fucking stupid? They took the photo from inside the plane, dude. It doesn't matter. It's symbolic anyway. Why are you still talking about this, dude? It's such a dumb fucking thing.
Times you don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the Capitol Police thought January 6th was going to happen. I don't blame them for that. Sometimes things get chaotic and get out of control. That's what happens. I read this headline today. The honeymoon is over and Joe Biden knows it. And I thought, what are you talking about? The
way you square the ISIS-K attack is this. This year has been one of the lowest death years even after the attack. Continuing the water means more attacks like that, but 100 times.
Well, it's not over. So many Americans are so pleased with the fact that what he has done in terms of helping people who are out of work, helping people who don't have food. In just these few short months, he's cut child poverty in half. He has increased the food stamp program by an amount not since 1962. So he's taken millions off the hunger rolls. I mean, you look at everything that this man has done in such a short period of time with the mess that he inherited. It's stunning to me. And I speak as a lifetime supporter of Bernie Sanders. So I didn't vote for him, Joe Biden, in the Michigan primary. So please understand, this is not coming from a Joe Biden sycophant. I am giving credit where credit is due. Mm-hmm. And we are fortunate.
Michael Moore is not incorrect, dude. I fucking keep saying this, but like what Joe Biden did, whether it was out of like genuine interest in engaging in anti-imperialism, which it wasn't, let's be real, or because he was like straight up fucking brain diseased enough to think that like, you know, they're not actually leaving Afghanistan. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but like for one reason or the other, no matter what it was, he will forever go down as the fucking president that pulled out of Afghanistan and ended the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan. That is not an easy thing to do. Biden put a lot of his approval rating in the fucking gutter with relentless attacks from the media. The Biden advisors did for Biden. I don't think he's like a genuine savior. I don't think he's a good person in general. But ultimately, pound for pound, Joe Biden's pullout game is so fucking strong, puts him up there with one of the best presidents in modern history. With that singular act alone, I'll fucking say it, dude. Get mad at me all you want. The bar is very low. I mean, he's competing against Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, you know, George W. Bush was the worst one out of the bunch, and Donald Trump was the second worst. So
to have him, and now, you know, when they say the honeymoon's over and they're look, I think the honeymoon's still going on, frankly. And anybody, if you've ever been on a honeymoon, I mean, look at people who went on the honeymoon, they went to the Grand Canyon, they get to the Grand Canyon, it's closed. You know, and then so they go, oh, let's get something to eat. They got on to Billy Bob's Burgers. That night they both got food poisoning. Now, if somebody a week later asked them how'd the honeymoon go, no, you know, it was okay, not so great. Food.
Pasaki, you're so biased. Biden wanted to pull out since being VP but lost to Obama. His conviction stayed strong. Bernie would have been bullied to stay. Why did you just make something up? Like, even if what you're saying is that Joe Biden wanted to pull out, which wasn't true. He was against the surge. He just wanted to have a smaller surge. But, like, why would you just completely make something up like Bernie would have been bullied to stay?
Food poisoning, Grand Canyon was closed. Yeah, but what will you say in 5 years from now? That's not how you're going to remember the honeymoon. You're just bummed in the moment. And I think that these polls out today showing him, his approval rating going down, it's only because Americans are in the midst of this chaos right now, not just the end of the war in Afghanistan, but all the stuff that happened in the last couple of weeks, the hurricanes, everything. When you got a lot of...
Because that's what Chapo said. They're just repeating it. No, I mean, Biden was, and I've said this before already, Biden was against the troop surge. He was. Under the Obama administration, when he was the VP, he was absolutely against the troop surge. It does not mean that he was not like... No, Chapo did say that. Chapo mentioned it too, but it's true. It's true. It's not incorrect. Despite the fact that he was banging the war drums in Iraq, he was right about the troop surge. And Bernie would not have been bullied to stay, but Bernie would have been fucking, like, court-martialed, maybe even murdered, if he was the one who pulled out U.S. military from Afghanistan. Think about it. Biden, the media darling, neoliberal Joseph Robinette Biden, and the coverage that he got during the primaries, the coverage that he kept getting in the beginning of his presidency versus the same outlets shitting on him now. You think they would literally be like, Bernie Sanders is an Islamic communist, and that's why he's cutting secret deals with the USSR, which is coming back, and that's why they wanted to pull the troops out of Afghanistan so the USSR can come back and take over Afghanistan. Like, yeah, this is all speculation, of course, but the media would absolutely go to insane lengths to destroy Bernie Sanders. But to claim that he would be bullied out of it, it's a little silly.
Bummer stuff going on. People aren't going to give happy answers to the pollster. But the honeymoon's not over. And in fact, I can say that Joe Biden has gone up in my approval rating in these first 7 months that he's been in office.
Let me ask you,
By the way, the 70% of the American population still believes that Afghan withdrawal was a necessity. It's just that because of the media tarnishing the media originally attacked the withdrawal, when public polling came out and that 70% of the fucking public are still in support of withdrawing troops from Afghanistan, they then switched the conversation over to, well, the way that Joe Biden did it was bad. And I hate to agree with the fucking Biden administration, but like when Joe Biden says, Jack, there's no clean way to end a 20-year occupation, he's right. He's right. There's no clean way to end the occupation. And I do believe that if Donald Trump was president right now, I think he probably would have been bullied not to pull out. This was the worst way to pull out except all the other ways? Yeah, except all the other ways that were still the worst ways to pull out, because there's no way to fucking pull out positively out of a 20-year occupation, chat. 100,000 plus evacuations in a matter of weeks is pretty fucking good. Could have been significantly worse. It's disingenuous to claim it went well. It's a lie. Be honest, criticizing Biden does not equal pro-war stance. Tens of thousands of SIVs left behind now in hiding. What? Oh. Okay.
Since you are a documentarian, do you think when history looks back on all of this, Michael, that the way we exited Afghanistan will be more of a footnote than an exclamation point to Biden's legacy?
That's a good way to put it. Yes, that's exactly what it'll be, a footnote 5 months from now, 3 months from now. I think what we're going to see is, wow, how was it that he got all those people out without one of them being killed by the Taliban, without a single plane being shot down? How did he do that? And while he was doing it, increase the food stamps to all the poor of this country, cut child poverty in half. So many things happened during this last month because we're consumed with Afghanistan. The fact that he eliminated college debt for all disabled Americans. So if you're disabled, you no longer, your college loans have been just forgiven during this time of chaos in Afghanistan. There's so many little things like that. And we don't talk about them, but I think, he should get the credit for this because he had the guts to say, no, that's the end of this. He had the guts to do it. Nobody else had the guts to do it. And he's a badass in that way, that he will just do what he thinks is right. And he will do what he thinks is the moral choice.
Let me ask you about let me ask about the money here, because we're talking about domestic issues now. We've pivoted somewhat, but encompassing both these concepts. Forbes has noted that the Afghanistan war cost about $300 million a day for 2 decades. It is an eye-opening number.
Yeah, I say that's the cost of doing business, baby. Seems great. Seems normal. We should have continued that. I don't understand why we just didn't do that.
It has many progressives asking, hey, what if that kind of funding was spent on Americans' needs at home? I mean, what do you think could be different in this country with that kind of money? And is that concept of that voluminous amount of money, is that going to shape what a U.S. military footprint will look like across the globe in the future?
I hope so. I hope it means that the money is going to be taken from war and put into the needs of the people of this country and the rest of the
cap. That's a cap. No shot. Okay, let's be real. All right, now we're just wilding out. You know what I mean? Like, now we're just saying stuff. Perhaps we're being a little too optimistic here, okay? It's still wild to see an MSNBC talking head ask such a, like, left-wing question. Like, where could this money be better used, like, domestically? Like, that's a wild thing I never would expect, but...
The world, that we need to get vaccinated, all the things that we need to do to help the rest of the world. But, you see, this when you say that about the $300 million a day, which is what it costs us for 20 years... So I can't do the math. I did go to Catholic school, but I'm trying to do it right now. 70,000 plus days in these 20 years. I hope none of my former nuns now are calling NBC to dispute this number. But man, and 300 million a day. This is why I'm in the middle of writing something today for my Substack. The headline is, in the end, Bin Laden won. And
well, without a doubt, dude. Without a fucking doubt. One of the most successful terrorists of all time. Like, not even a single doubt in my mind, dude. Are you kidding me? Not even because of, like, what his individual actions were. Trillions and trillions of dollars spent in destabilizing the Middle East, like so much chaos, so much violence, displacement in the fucking multiple millions, like.
Helped them do it. We did this to ourselves. Remember Bush saying, we want to go over there and fight them over there so we don't have to fight them here. He didn't understand the genius, the evil genius of Bin Laden was to draw us over there and lose not only thousands, of our young men and women in battle. Because there's no way Al-Qaeda could invade the United States and kill a bunch of us. They had to get us to come over there, and they knew Bush and his enablers were just that stupid, that we would send our troops over there and that we would spend $300 million a day for 20 years. You know, when you think about that, yes, he's dead. He lost.
The only people that are more successful at doing terrorism are CIA and the military-industrial complex. Like, that's the only, is one of the most prolific, one of the most successful terrorists of all time.
Lost his life, bin Laden. And Al-Qaeda.
And I guess you could chalk up bin Laden to the CIA too, a little bit.
In tatters. So on that level, if you look at it that way, oh, well, we won. But if you look at it in the fact that he knew something about us, that we would demolish our own democracy. We would pass a Patriot Act. We would do things to reduce our freedoms. He didn't have to do it. We actually passed legislation to do this. And whether he knew that or not in advance, the fact that it almost makes him look like a mad genius, that he knew that we would take away our own rights, that we would divide ourselves so viciously against each other in a way that we didn't before 9/11. That whatever he understood about our character, I wish he didn't know that, and I wish we weren't that way. And it doesn't mean that we can't turn this around and he can still end up losing. But the fact that we spent trillions of dollars of our money instead of taking care of our own people who suffered during this time, where we weren't ready for this pandemic. And once it happened, we had a crazy guy in office, that we allowed that to happen, that we allowed him to get away with what he got away with, and is still getting away with it now with his Supreme Court. So, you know, if you look at it like that with the macro lens, it kind of looks like we defeated ourselves, and all he did was strike the match. And I hate that. I hate that.
So, Michael, I love our conversations. They're always too short for me. So the next time you come to New York, can you look me up? I will take you to dinner so we can continue these conversations.
Oh, damn, dude. Damn. Okay, Michael Moore, shoot your shot. Shoot your shot.
Come see me again on television as well. Promise?
Yes, and we'll have to eat outside.
Yeah,
dinner outside.
And we'll meet with our masks on. We're good. I'm good with all that. Okay, my friend.
Damn, dude. Okay, Michael. Hey, watch this now, okay? This is why I will always love Michael Moore. I will always respect Michael Moore, no matter how libbed up he gets from time. Chatters have no idea what the attitude was like in 2001, 2002, 2003, leading up to the fucking like in the aftermath of the Afghan war, Afghan invasion, Iraqi invasion. Young chatters just have no idea, like the top of the ad break coming right now. You know, you just don't know. But listen, now you do know. And of course you can, you know, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, if you want to watch the rest of the video without an ad, all you need to do is subscribe for $4 on September, or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also use an ad block or a VPN. Thank you, Time Lord Sora for the 10, and Hasan's Femboy Maid for the 5 gifted subs. You can but Twitch Prime is free. If you have a wife's boyfriend that has a fucking Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account. Here's the ad now. Now, he's saying that about Bush, okay? The original stolen election, by the way. Okay, let's keep going.
We live in a time where we have a man.
Oh shit, they're booing. Oh no, they're booing him, dude. Oh no, why are they booing him? Bush's approval rating at the time of him saying this was literally like 94%. Historic high. Okay? I just want you to understand, like, where, and he's saying this in the heart of fucking liberal ass fucking Los Angeles, right? At the Oscars. Hollywood, baby. Look at him. Shout out to the 5 people who clapped during the booing. You know, one of the only motherfuckers who clapped in there was Danny DeVito. And what's his face? The one who plays Hulk. Mark Ruffalo. Ed Harris was clapping. Scorsese was clapping. Isn't Mark Ruffalo kind of a lib, though? Nah, dude. I mean, I know I fucking dunked on him when he, like, apologized for what he said about Israel. But ultimately, Mark Ruffalo has been in the game doing this shit for a very long time. It's hard to... It's hard to fucking... It's hard not to talk about it. Also, have you ever looked into the killing of Mark Ruffalo's brother after 9/11? Interesting that you say that, because I was literally bringing that up right now. I found out recently, and I did not know this, that Mark Ruffalo used to have a brother who was murdered. His brother, Scott Ruffalo, after the 39-year-old... his brother, Scott Ruffalo, who was a 39-year-old hairstylist, was shot in the head at his Beverly Hills condominium. Had a successful, hairdresser business, served at salons in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. And he was murdered. On December 1st, 2008, Scott married a man who was a hairdresser by profession, was discovered with a bullet in his head, holding a gun with his left hand at his Beverly Hills condo, and quickly rushed to a hospital. A week later, he died. Paramedics noticed he was unresponsive at his home in 2008. It was not clear whether the gunshot scar was self-inflicted or if he had been assassinated. However, after 1 week when Scott passed away, the Los Angeles County coroner declared that he was murdered. Shaha Mashal Adam, who was the eyewitness when the gunfire happened, claimed Scott fired himself while playing Russian roulette. Except the entry point of the bullet wound, I believe, if I remember correctly, was impossible to have been done on his own. The injury appears inconsistent with the history provided by witnesses, and further police investigation has failed to clear up these inconsistencies. Therefore, the manner of death is homicide until proven otherwise. Toxicology also showed that Scott had only discovered amounts of cocaine, alcohol, and morphine in his system, confirmed he was not under the influence at the time. Adham and her boyfriend Brian Schofield were considered persons of interest and turned themselves in a week after the firing, according to the Los Angeles Times. They were with him when the mishap happened. Adham, 26, a wealthy Saudi businesswoman, and her boyfriend Brian B. Schofield, 29. The investigators identified Adham had been at Ruffalo's because his home surveillance discovered her at his condominium. Both she and Schofield were carried in for interrogation. Afterward, they were released, but later booked on doubt of attempted murder before eventually being released again. I know there was more than one set of prints on the gun. One was Ruffalo's. According to Adham, who was the descendant of the Saudi royal family and a granddaughter of Sheikh Kamal Adham, Ruffalo was shot during a Russian roulette game gone wrong. There's no way a Russian roulette game would go right. Asked what her version of the events leading up to the shooting was, according to Adham's lawyer, Ronald Richard, his client was there to pick up some keys when he, Ruffalo, chose to play a game of Russian roulette. He further continued that the gun used in the shooting belonged to Ruffalo, that he was a known cocaine user with a record of using and playing with guns in front of witnesses. Indeed, Ruffalo did have one encounter with the law in April 2002 where he was condemned of a felony charge of ownership of a controlled substance for sale. Second charge, ownership of controlled narcotic substance, was removed. His death remains a mystery to this day. Adham was also murdered later, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry. Or not murdered, sorry. A key figure in the Beverly Hills police investigation into the 2008 shooting death of Mark Ruffalos Brother Scott may have suffered a fatal drug overdose, authorities said Wednesday. She also died. It's just kind of odd. What was Mark Ruffalo? I think, what was it? Mark Ruffalo was one of the few individuals, I think, in media, like connecting the Saudi Arabian, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the royal family to the, to the 9/11 attacks at the time. Speaking of terrorism, what? No. He was, before then, he was like super against, before then, he was super against before this tragedy, was like very openly advocating against invading, openly advocating against Saudi Arabia. Hold on, I want to find it. I'm trying to find what he did, or what he was saying at the time. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I know Michael K. Williams passed away. Really tragic. Let me see if I can find it. Dude, I'm so hot right now. What the fuck's going on? I feel like I'm getting Havana syndrome or something. I'm getting hit with the fucking Havana syndrome gun. I can't find it anymore. God damn it. Time for your ivermectin. Say only follows 35 accounts and have very interesting celebrities. Yeah, Taylor Lawrence is one of them.
one question. You know, we kind of weren't really shown Building 7 much in the media.
Oh yeah, he was talking about Building 7. Was this it?
After the first day, I wondered if you were aware of it or if you'd seen the way it came down.
I saw the way they all came down, and I'm baffled. My first reaction is that buildings don't fall down like that.
Right.
You know, I've done quite a bit of my own research, and there's so much information that's been put out there, like Truth for 9/11, and so much of it has been kind of stretched that a lot of people are grabbing a hold of the more kind of sensational parts of what doesn't jive with the story to discredit the movement.
Yeah, there's a lot of straw man issues of space beams or ridiculous stuff, but there's websites like Architects and Engineers.
Bro, this is the most fucking 2009 like video you could ever have.
Engineers for 9/11 Truth, Patriots for 9/11 Truth, where they point to some very,
Or 2007 video.
respectable architects, very respectable first responders, and they're not allowing the really sensible, mainstream, respectable.
I miss truthers so much. At least they weren't being conspiracy theorists, hogs in favor of imperialism. Yeah. Yeah, there was, I remember a time when like the conspiracy theorists weren't like, let's take horse dewormer, brother. Like, and instead they were like, George W. Bush is lying to you. Like, he did 9/11 himself. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, man, remember that? Remember the good old fucking days, dude? But you can't lump all conspiracy theories into the same camp. It's not a single homogeneous section of the population. Homogeneous section of the population. I mean, dude, back in the day, conspiracy theories were like literally flat earther shit. And that like George W. Bush is the one responsible for fucking 9/11, stuff like that. Anyway, I can't find it, but yeah, he was he's always been a fucking big anti-imperialist. He's always been a fucking advocate against American imperialism. It is really fucking strange how his brother died though. Like that doesn't, I don't know. And how the only witnesses to his murder, I don't want to say suicide because weird to fucking consider that to be suicide even when the authorities officially think that it was a murder. And the only witness was a person who is like a Saudi royal connected individual. The Shaha Adham is the granddaughter of Sheikh Kamal Adham, former Saudi intelligence chief and a Bush associate deeply involved in the BCCI. Shaha died of a overdose. Shaha died of an overdose 3 years later. So we just won't know what the fucking truth was. All we know is that his death was inconsistent with a suicide wound. All right, in an interview with ET Now, Dog the Bounty Hunter explained that he previously used the racial slur because the brothers gave him a pass. While speaking, he even stated he has a pass kind of like Eminem.
About that. That's the wrong word. Well, let me ask you about that. That moment 15 years ago. Yes, sir. That phone call with your son. Correct. You were using language, and over 6 times during that call, you used the N-word. Yes, sir. Why were you using that word so freely?
Well, I thought I had a pass in the black tribe to use it, kind of like Eminem.
Who gave you the pass?
The brothers.
Who were the brothers?
I had just, gotten out of prison in 1979 after spending the wrong.
Okay, I need to watch the entire fucking interview now. Also, incredibly excited to watch like Dog the Bounty Hunter now go after like go after people who are getting abortions in Texas. You know what I mean?
Why didn't
I suspect this will be the new meta for all those fucking psychotic paramilitary hogs.
you invite her to the wedding?
As hard as it is and as heartbreaking as it is, we had to make a decision that was very difficult for us. We've been through hell, him and I, in the past 3 years.
I love you.
I love you too. And I am not gonna allow our day to be ruined by this nonsense.
The accusations are serious and scathing. Dog's daughter claiming he is racist, homophobic, and was unfaithful to her late mother, Beth, who died just over 2 years ago.
Did you cheat on Beth?
No.
Never.
Never.
She says he began to have an affair with a friend of my mom's while she was in the hospital.
Beth was in the hospital 3 times. I was there every single second with her.
Oh.
I went home the night before she passed away with her mother and her sisters.
Bro, he's literally looking at the cameras. What the fuck?
Because they said she won't pass away, dog, with you standing here. So I left. 3 hours later, she passed away. So when did I have time? I'm a good man. I would have never done that.
22-year-old Bonnie also claims she was not invited to her dad's wedding because she supports the Black Lives Matter movement.
Do you support that organization?
Yes, I do. I have never been a racist. I'm 33.5% Apache. But because of over 15 years ago, I have an Achilles heel because I used the wrong word.
Well, let me ask you about that.
Bro, he's looking, I mean, I don't know. I think he's looking good in this interview. Am I crazy?
That moment 15 years ago.
Yes, sir.
That phone call with your son.
Correct.
You were using language, and over 6 times during that call, you used the N-word.
Yes, sir.
Why were you using that word so freely?
Well, I thought I had a pass in the black tribe to use it, kind of like Eminem.
Who gave you the pass?
Bro, has Eminem used the N-word? I mean, maybe. Didn't he like literally rap about how he doesn't say the N-word?
The brothers.
Who are the brothers?
The brothers. He's literally like, he's talking. You're talking to a brother right now, dude. What the fuck? It's so weird, dude. Just telling a black dude, like, oh, the brothers gave me the N-word pass. You know, the black tribe.
The black tribe to use it, kind of like Eminem.
Who gave you the pass?
The brothers.
Who are the brothers?
I had just, gotten out of prison in 1979 after spending time in 18 months in Texas, and it was probably 3/4 from the black tribe. So that was a word that we used back and forth as maybe a compliment. My pass expired for using it, but no one told me that. To say
my pass expired for using it, dude. Stop. What is this conversation, bro? Bro, he's literally talking about it like it's a fucking, there's like a physical pass, dude. I love this. He's about to be like, Ice Cube gave me a race car.
A racist name doesn't qualify to make you a racist.
If you use that word, if you use that word and you use it in your regular everyday life, it makes you a racist.
I have more black friends than Eminem.
That is the.
I mean, that's a incredible strategy. It's so strange. Just be like, dude, it was 15 years ago, and you know, I've learned from my lessons. Like, I was wrong. Why do you gotta always fucking moralize it and try to like defend it, dude? What the fuck? Especially because like I don't think he still uses it. Also, Dr. Bounty Hunter is like problematic in like numerous different ways other than this. So
Proximity argument. Like, I have lots of black friends, so that should make me okay with black people.
Chapman also denies his daughter's allegations that
this shot's hilarious.
I have lots of black friends, so that should make me okay with black people.
Done. That sound, they did him dirty, dude.
Chapman also denies his daughter's allegations that he used homophobic language.
Why would she say that?
She's been fed what to say. I have 3 people that are on my staff that are gay, men. My daughter's gay, baby Lisa. I don't understand why anybody would ever say that.
I hear what you're saying. But remember, proximity does not mean that you're not racist or homophobic.
Would I die for a gay?
Bro, it's so hard for me it's so hard for me to believe that he's not like a racist, dude. I'm sorry. Like, or homophobic. He just looks like every conservative, like, he literally looks like every conservative wine mom on Facebook right now, who also claims that they're like 30% Cherokee. You know what I mean? Like, he literally looks like he just came right off of like injecting ivermectin paste. Just every QAnon mom looks like this, bro.
Man or a black man, I'd lay down my life.
Dog says all this drama started in March after he had a falling out over a potential new TV show with Unleashed TV. In a statement today, the company said, quote, Mr. Chapman's own actions led to the cancellation of his...
How the fuck do you get your show canceled from Unleashed TV, bro? I feel like that's a TV channel that should give you a promotion when they find out that you say the N-word still. Like, damn, dude. They leashed him.
His new show, Bonnie is still with the production company and since then has been estranged.
Bonnie is being brainwashed.
Bonnie told ET Today in an exclusive statement, as far as the idea that I'm being brainwashed, this is the dumbest thing my father has ever said.
We all have arguments with our kids that's really difficult and it's really stressful, but he's worth all of it.
Nice. Nice. Making fun of racist people. Yeah, they leashed him because they were like, dude, you need to unleash the brothers who gave him the pass. That's a good one. I honestly do kind of believe he isn't racist or homophobic. He's conservative leaning for sure, but you got to think there's literally seasons of the show that are years old when it was more okay to be those things publicly. If he was, it would be on those old episodes 100%, just like how if you watch old Cops episodes and they're openly anti-trans and anti-gay and say racial stereotypes with the criminals on the show. Yeah, to be fair, I still don't. I still, like... I get what you're saying. But, you know. Your video of you debating Larry Elder is like crack level good shit to me. I live in a super red part of California, so I always coom at seeing a Republican get slam dunked. Thanks, man. I really enjoyed rewatching it recently. What is your view on gender pronouns? What? Good? I don't know. I don't have a view on gender pronouns. What the fuck? Why am I so tired? So basically, we're saying that it was okay and acceptable to be racist 10 years ago, 20 years ago? No, dude. What RTBA was saying is like, considering that like right-wingers were open with their racism because they were like, they saw no reason hiding their racism 20 years ago, why would an openly racist person not openly be racist? But oh, dude, we're gonna watch this. I want to marry Harry. She follows corpse husband, but not you. Wait, Dog the Bounty Hunter's daughter does? We watched a show with Bruno. We know what the mid 2000s were like. Yeah, literally. What? I'm not giving up until you watch the clip.
My clothes don't match, my clothes don't match. I'm out in public and
my clothes don't match. That's a sign.
Thanks, chatter. You are now banned. Randomly stumbled on a video of you with 10 million views.
Oh my god, it literally does.
It really does, though.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm gonna take that
Wait,
as a
how old are
compliment.
you?
16.
This has 10 million views, dude. $10 million views. That's crazy. I hate that that's such a classic, an instant classic. She's not 16. She's not 16 now, and she wasn't 16 back then. She was like 24. She was kidding.
These 12 women have come to London, England.
Wait, before we do this London, England shit, hold on. This town was paradise, and everyone started working from home. What the fuck is this?
When the pandemic started, everything went online, and so we could work wherever. Honestly, I was really feeling burnt out of the intensity of New York.
Did you know they have a Murray's cheese shop in Gunnison? Yeah, they're cool.
Came here to ski, it was on the Epic Pass, and I kind of just fell in love with it. It was a really cool town. I started looking around at apartments and
oh my god, this town is beautiful. What the fuck?
or condos. The next thing you know, I sort of put an offer in on one. Yeah.
Tyler Rogers and Bella McGoldrick are living the dream. Freed from having to go into a physical office for work, they gave up their New York apartment this year and joined a migration called the Zoom Boom. Remote workers who've traded urban areas for life a little further off the grid. Have you heard this phenomenon, of the Zoom town?
For sure. Often you'll speak to locals and they're kind of talking about like the changes that are happening, and I'm always like, oh, that's me. It is a little bit of a weird position to be in, to be like aware of what's going on and to be what is kind of the problem, I guess, in some people's.
Dude, I'm mad. What the fuck? They live like this beautiful fucking... They live in this like beautiful town of fucking Colorado. Like, looks like a goddamn... Looks like straight out of a fucking Holland, a painting in Holland or some shit.
What do you hear? What do they say?
People talk about the shortage of housing for local workers. There's like a lack of rental space or place for them to own. So yeah, I think people are just afraid that this little place will just sort of change and like evolve into something that they don't recognize.
Property values have increased hundreds of percent since the 90s here. Back in the day, you could get one of these houses for 60 grand probably.
And now what does something like this go for?
$1 million plus, 1.8, 2 million, something. It's huge.
Wow.
Never forget this is the kind of gentrification Twitter users wanted you to do. I live in Colorado Springs. There's a massive housing shortage even here.
Paul Brown moved to Crested Butte in 2008.
I love how they did this bathroom. It is amazing.
He now works as a realtor, where he has a front row seat to the already tight housing market getting tighter. The flood of pandemic demand drove the median home price in Crested Butte to $1 million in 2020, an increase of 38% in just 1 year. And there aren't that many homes to go around. Roughly 30% fewer houses were up for sale compared to last year, and long-term rentals are almost non-existent.
This is an example of a house that has tremendous flow and can accommodate a lot of people. Now, this is an example of a home that will rent for that $1,000 a night plus, just because of how gargantuan it is.
What the fuck? Wait, they're renting these houses? I thought they were like buying it to live in it. What the fuck? $1K a night in Colorado? Are you nuts?
Wow.
Oh yeah. The view is not poor, that's for sure. That old saying, $1 million views, you might as well call it $10 million views nowadays. So as soon as quarantine lifted last year, I would say 4 out of 5 phone calls starting in June of 2020 was, hey, I want to come live there for 3 or 4 months.
So what's happening to the people who lived here, before this influx?
Yeah, so a lot of folks are leaving the valley because they can't find a place to stay anymore. And, you can couch surf or sleep in your car only so long. And when the winter hits, it's not a viable option at all.
Oh, yeah, by the way, hella people in Colorado and Idaho. Like, remember how I was talking about Jackson Hole? Dude, ski resort towns are so unimaginably expensive that, like, seasonal workers have designated areas where they literally sleep in their fucking cars. They have parking spots assigned for homeless seasonal workers and workers in general. The situation is so untenable, so unmanageable that restaurants are open for like 1 hour a day, okay? Because the restaurants are literally working with like one waiter and one fucking chef. It's nuts, dude. It's fucking nuts.
Remote workers aren't the only ones responsible for the crunch. Homeowners who used to rent to long-term tenants are now charging a lot more for their places as short-term rentals. And wealthy out-of-staters are buying up much of the limited inventory as second or third homes.
Who do people blame for these issues here?
Blame is spread around pretty well. The animosity is certainly going to be at the people that come to purchase here, but don't actually live here. Or the empty homes is what I think drives people more crazy than the vacations.
I wonder why, dude. Dudes are fucking literally living in their cars as they work for the fucking shitters that come here once, 1 weekend out of the fucking year. And they're living in their car so they can serve those people and make like, $7.50 an hour.
The fact that this is booming must be pretty good business for you.
It is. I feel like there is a fiduciary responsibility to my clients, but for every home that I take out of available inventory further exacerbates our problem. It's a constant struggle because it could eventually even cost me to lose my roof over my head.
In June, the town of Crested Butte declared an affordable housing emergency. Since then, the town has put a moratorium on new short-term rentals, bought a bed and breakfast to convert into affordable housing for seasonal workers, and made it legal for people to camp and park mobile homes on private property. Now the town's considering a ballot initiative that would add a tax on second homes. But not everyone is on board.
Okay, a few rules. We'll give everybody a chance to talk. I would absolutely discourage clapping and cheering. I do ask for civility, and with that, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Gentleman in the back.
Second homeowners are your neighbors. A tax that only second homeowners pay but cannot vote on is divisive.
I think there's a bit of tone that has entered the conversation that would be kind of reminiscent of the French Revolution, sort of eat the rich.
My wife and I give to 14 different charities in this community, and it would affect our donations.
Be careful on the tax. I think that there are so many generous, creative, smart, educated CEOs and people that really understand what's going on here. They want to help. Don't push them away.
Kylena Falzone owns two of the most popular restaurants on Crested Butte's main strip and employs hundreds of workers in town. Since so many of her employees can't find housing, she started renting some rooms to them and is now building new homes where her staff can live.
Everybody wants to be open 7 days a week, but it's just really difficult without the staff. And as you'll see, there's help wanted in every window. Help wanted.
Can you show me around a little bit?
Yeah, please follow me. This is our pizza line. On a busy night, we're putting out about 280 pizzas an hour. That's a sweat on his, he's working hard. I'm gonna throw some dough. It's a big moment. Let's go, boys.
How do you do this?
So you make your edge, so you're gonna go around. So make your crust. That's the most important part right now, right, is the crust. Yeah, a lot of my employees live in tents, live in vans, car camp, couch surf, but that's not a really great way to thrive and to like work. We are building homes for our employees. And I could be charging minimum of $2,500 to $2,800 for those houses, but we charge $1,500 a month.
So you're subsidizing your employees to basically make it possible for them to live here?
Yes.
How do you make that work financially as a business?
Well, it really doesn't.
Is there any resentment here, among the locals towards people who have arrived recently as part of this Zoom boom?
Yes, there is, and I'm a big proponent against that. Nobody owns Crested Butte, and it should be available for many people from all over the world to enjoy.
Do you support things like putting a pause on these short-term rentals?
I have a unique perspective on that because I do have short-term rentals as well in Crested Butte. When I can rent it out to locals, I do, but when I need to make money, and not every project that we do can be philanthropic, I have to be able to make money to be able to do these types of things. When I can put locals in, I will, and then when I need to make money, I have to.
As, one of these short-term rental owners, are you part of the problem here?
Some people could say I am, but here's the other thing. If they put a short-term rental rule on my house, I will sell it because I won't be able to make the payment. I think my loan payment, it's a crazy loan. I had to buy a partner out of it. It's $5,700 a month. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I would have to charge a local $5,700.
And how much can you make on it as a short-term rental?
I can make $800 a night.
So you're easily covering your mortgage as a short-term?
In a week.
David Steffen is one of Falzone's employees at the Secret Stash. He lost his housing in June when his landlord didn't renew his lease.
So what's your living situation now?
I currently live in my truck. So this is the world's sneakiest campsite. So when I had to camp, I was like, oh, I'll just come up here. Secret spot. And it's crazy because you can see the road from here, but no one has any idea you're up here.
Do you consider yourself homeless?
Sort of. I was joking the other night that by not living anywhere, I get to live in all of my friends' apartments, but I don't have
Wait, this lady literally said she covers her mortgage in 1 week? And then they literally fast pan to a dude who's like, yeah, I'm homeless. I'm living in a tent in a car. Why is she? Oh my God.
People could say I
have to run that again.
But here's the other thing. If they put a short-term rental.
By the way, what she's doing is not new. Like, this concept was at a certain point outlawed. It's called factory towns. Okay. What's next? Is she literally? It's feudalism. It's just this disruptive industry called feudalism. Okay. Yeah. Many capitalists fear this, guys. It's back. It's fucking back. What's next, bro? Is she gonna? She's like, yeah, I have a commissary. Okay. And, you know, if the workers need sustenance for survival, they can purchase it at the commissary. I don't understand. I mean, it's called the company store, if you will, if you want to use, like, you know, American terms for it. And it's great. Next thing you know, she's sending them to battle. Yeah. I don't understand why. What? Yeah, we have our own coins. Look how wonderful they are. Look how wonderful our coins are. No, it's not legal tender. No, it only works in the company store. Yes, I'm paying all of my I'm peasants. I mean, the people that work for me, I'm paying them with my tokens. And if there were ever a time when the local lord, or rather the monarch, or some sort of like you know, person who is the governor, for example, ever wants me to go to war, I will send them. They have already pledged fealty to me. What do you mean this sounds like feudalism? This is so stupid. You're silly. I'm just a fucking girl boss who makes pizza.
Rule on my house, I will sell it because I won't be able to make the payment. I think my loan payment, it's a crazy loan. It's I had to buy a partner out of it. It's $5,700 a month. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I would have to charge a local $5,700.
And how much can you make on it as a short-term rental?
I can make $800 a night.
So you're easily covering your mortgage as a short-term?
In a week.
David Steffen is one of Falzone's employees at the Secret Stash. He lost his housing in June when his landlord didn't renew his lease.
So what's your living situation now?
I currently live in my truck. So this is the world's sneakiest campsite. So
She says she could pay her mortgage by renting the property in a week. She doesn't rent it. She actually builds housing for her staff. Yeah, that her staff pays for. The fuck? You guys not understand the ethical dilemma there, or and can't afford to pay for, by the way. And also, she said she rents it still. She literally said she rents it because she has other short-term rentals in town. And if she couldn't do short-term rentals anymore, then she wouldn't be able to, she would sell her homes. She's not being generous. She's providing the only housing, or they're homeless. Is like you said, company town or feudal system. She's the only option. She said she can rent it, not that she does. She also said I would sell my house if I couldn't do short-term rentals right here.
Well, it really doesn't.
Is there any resentment here, you know, among the locals towards people who have arrived recently as part of this Zoom boom?
Yes, there is, and I'm a big proponent against that. Nobody owns Crested Butte, and it should be available for many people from all over the world to enjoy.
Do you support things like putting a pause on these short-term rentals?
I have a unique perspective on that because I do have short-term rentals as well in Crested Butte.
Chat. What's up, chat?
You know, when I perspective on that, because I do have short-term rentals as well in Crested Butte.
Chat, what do you guys think when the girl boss says she has a unique perspective on that because she has short-term rentals in Crested Butte? What's up, chat? What do y'all think she means by that? Short-term rentals, by the way. Multiple.
You know, when I can rent it out to locals, I do. But when I need to make money, and not every project that we do can be philanthropic, I have to be able to make.
Like, her philanthropic project is getting her slaves, I mean serfs, I mean peasants, I mean workers to live in the factory town that she's created. That's her philanthropic project.
Money to be able to do these types of things. When I can put locals in, I will, and then when I need to make money, I have to.
As, you know, one of these short-term rental owners, are you part of the problem here?
Some people could say I am, but here's the other thing. If they put a short-term rental rule on my house, I will sell it because.
Huh. At least she's doing something. You buy $3 million house. What are you doing? Are you fucking so dumb that you don't understand what she's doing is like, I'm living in my own fucking house in an area that I did not gentrify. You dumb fuck. You really want me to move to Colorado and buy numerous fucking properties and then start a business so I can enslave my employees and like subjugate them on the condition that if they ever want to have fucking shelter, that I can coercively make them, you know, work for me at whatever price point I dictate? Fuck me, dude.
Because I won't be able to make the payment. I think my loan payment, it's a crazy loan. It's I had to buy a partner out of it. It's $5,700 a month. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I would have to charge a local $5,700.
And how much can you make on it as a short-term rental?
I can make.
Yeah, dudes will be like, this landlord who's literally who's literally a fucking lord, okay? Over peasants. Is a better leftist than you. A man who bought a fucking house for himself. I am losing my fucking mind, dude.
$800 a night.
So you're easily covering your mortgage as a short-term.
In a week.
David Steffen is one of Falzone's employees at the Secret Stash. He lost his housing in June when his landlord didn't renew his lease.
So what's your living situation now?
I currently live in my truck. So this is the world's sneakiest campsite. So when I had to camp, I was like, oh, I'll just come up here. It's a weird spot. And it's crazy because you can see the road from here, but no one has any idea you're up here.
Do you consider yourself homeless?
Sort of. I was joking the other night that by not living anywhere, I get to live in all of my friends' apartments. But, like, I don't have a home. I have a car. It's not even like it's unaffordable. Yeah, there's some places coming up that aren't affordable, but most of the time, there's nothing to rent. If there's nowhere to live, there's no one to work. And a lot of people.
45K truck, though. Yo, motherfuckers are so brutal under capitalism where they're so fucking used to pulling other workers down like goddamn crabs in a bucket that you see a homeless person and he's still like, well, you know, they have a fucking nice car, dude. Yeah, why doesn't he just sell his only fucking vehicle that allows him shelter and also allows him fucking movement so he can go to his goddamn job and keep making money so he can, what, rent for like fucking a couple months? What kind of psychotic take, dude? Oh my God.
People see it, but a lot of people don't want to do anything about it.
Come on, bro. He can sell that car for like fucking 20 grand, 30 grand, dude. That's a lot of months of rent, dude. That's 10 months of rent, dude.
If I don't find a place to live, I have to leave. That's just the way it is. Every single option is not here, which sucks because I really like here.
Yeah, how does that feel that you'd have to leave?
Look, he's eating a brioche bun hamburger too. How dare he, dude? How dare he fucking call himself, he's a bike? He has 2 bikes. Homeless, but has 2 bikes, by the way.
It feels like a kick in the teeth. The town's on a treadmill right now, and it's just maxed out, and I don't know how long it can stay at this pace before just falling off.
It's so nuts, dude. It's so fucking nuts. How is this shit legal? I mean, if she provides the work and the housing, all the fucking money goes back to her. I mean, there have been literal rebellions, like violent ones, against this exact same subject. But once again, capitalist dogma is so fucking powerful. It's so insanely powerful that people unironically fucking advocate for this as though this is like emancipation. This is true emancipation, dude. Look at this wonderful business owner. We have so many different like insanely cancerous ideas that we've just completely injected into the minds of every fucking young person in this country, young worker in this country, where it's like, oh, he's on that grind set. You know, it's just entrepreneurial. The other lady is a fucking girl boss, for real, on God. That like, if you're homeless, you need to literally be living in a tent and in filth and eating trash, not fucking brioche bun hamburgers. Blows my mind. She makes thousands from land ownership plus the profit she makes from owning the 2 biggest restaurants in town. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't know how you don't see how fucked up that is, dude. Here's one of the short-term rentals in Crested Butte.
Guys, I'd like to give you a room tour of our home.
Is insane. I'm pretty sure it's like a 6-bedroom place.
I've seen this kitchen on the Kardashians, and this is our massive hot tub in our bathroom.
And then we have this incredible view.
But this is the crowning jewel.
That's the food from the restaurant he works at that is free. Yeah, well, hey, how dare he complain about a situation? He has a nice car, and also he's able to buy the food for free or make the food for himself instead of purchasing it with the company tokens. The wildest part about that fucking story was that she made it seem like it was a fucking philanthropic endeavor. Like this notion that rich business owners are fucking jobs creators is so psychotic. And let me tell you something. This idea does not exist under a socialist organization of the economy either. Like socialism is about allowing workers to get more out of their own labor, okay? It's not about fucking philanthropy. Like, socialism isn't like, oh, yeah, you don't get to work and I still fucking, you don't have to do anything and I'll still, give you money. Like, that's not how this works. Most people don't understand it because, there's been a deliberate effort to propagandize against socialism. There's a lack of information about it overall. But the entire concept revolves around allowing the workers to maintain control over their own lives, to have more autonomy, to positively incentivize themselves to work. Oh yeah, she allows her peasant show of the crops he creates. What a marvelous feudal lord. He's lobbying as a poor person. What the fuck? His truck should be taken of him so he can feel real suffering like what it feels when the top of the hour ad break is dangled in front of him. Oh, come on. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. It's hilarious how capitalists are amazed when socialist isn't poor to the point where they think it's a contradiction. They're sucking that Reaganomic teat so hard. Yeah, I know. There's a new JCS, right? Anyway, yeah. Socialism is when top of the hour ad break. Okay. This was a really good video. King Sticks. I don't know who this person is, but he goes, generous CEOs building homes for your employees who can't afford to live. Sounds like medieval serfs and lords. Yeah. Anyway, as I was about to say, it's top of the hour, so there's the 60-second ad break coming to you right now. Okay, and if you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime, that is, or you can use an ad blocker or a VPN. Twitch Prime is free though. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Why is affordable housing for your workers bad? First of all, we don't even know how affordable that is. Secondly, if you don't recognize the coercive elements of like offering housing to your workers that literally pay you back more money, because affordable housing is not necessarily free housing, okay? She's literally charging them $1,500 a month. $1,500 a month. You really want your fucking boss to control your living conditions and also your every part of your life, dude? No, it's Mad Orchard, not JCS. Oh, okay. They're not houses either. They're just rooms. I wonder how much they make a month. When your employer provides you basic human needs, it creates a leverage relationship. Yeah. It's wild, dude. Like, I can't believe it. She's like double booking. She makes money off of their fucking rent while she's making money off of their surplus labor value, dude. It's nuts. And their surplus labor value is just pure profit for her. And then whatever she gets from them, they put a sizable portion of that paycheck back directly into her pockets. She's making it very affordable, even if they're making minimum wage. What? Dude, are you fucking nuts? Minimum wage there is over $15 an hour. Okay. Let's say it's $20 an hour, dude. Let's say it's $20 an hour. They're still paying fucking $1,500 back to her. In order for that to be considered affordable, 1/3 of income, which is still fucking nuts, but that's what is like considered. Pizza boys need to be making $26 an hour after taxes.
So we're in
Here.
Seco, Kentucky.
I love this video here.
Behind us here is the Southeast Coal Company store. And the company store was, back in the day, everything you ate, every piece of furniture you bought for your house, whatever the case may be, was bought here using the company currency, which we call
Chad, these are the Trillbillies. They are leftists from...
script.
Where are they from originally?
And a lot of people think that this is something that's, far in the distant past, but my granddad was paid in company money until the 70s. Let's say you're a boss.
Kentucky.
If you create your own currency, obviously you can keep more of your real US dollars in your pocket because you're not paying your workers.
And it's also a really effective means of social control. If you make your employees dependent on the company in every way, whether it's their mortgages, their wages, the things that they buy from the store, then you have a more effective way of controlling every single aspect of their lives. And then you've made really complacent, obedient workers. And that's what every boss wants.
A lot of companies are trying to do this. Amazon, Amazon will offer their employees benefits in Amazon gift cards, for example.
Amazon and all these companies now, they do the exact same thing for the exact same reason. They want you to be alienated. The more that they can make you dependent on the company itself, that serves that purpose.
If you're in the United States, wealth is built generationally, typically. People around here didn't really have the opportunity to do that because they weren't participating in the real world economy. They were paid in fake money. They, couldn't use that money to max out their retirement vehicles or their Roth IRAs or whatever the case may be to leave anything for the people after they died. And so what happens is you get locked into this sort of vicious cycle of generational poverty. And we're still experiencing that here.
So think about today. You probably get your health care through your employer. That's a very advantageous system for your boss and for your employer. It makes you more dependent on them. It makes it harder for you to go take your labor somewhere else and sell it elsewhere. Well, that legacy began in places like the one behind.
Think about it like this, chatter. In order to become a more productive member in the American labor force, you had to get a college education. That college education made you an insane amount, a debtor to an insane degree, right? So now because you have to pay back that debt in the form of student loans, right? Now you have to take on whatever fucking job you can in a job market where they can offer you whatever the fuck they want. Then if you're fortunate enough, you finally get a job and that job also pays for your health care, okay? So now you're dependent on the shit job that's paying you whatever the fuck they want to pay you so you can pay off your student loan debt. And on top of that, it's maybe, if you are incredibly fortunate, also covering your health care. You will never want to leave that job now. You are way, way less likely to leave that job now because you don't want to lose your fucking health care. If you lose your health care, the only alternative for you that's available is COBRA, which is a wonderful government program where, you're allowed to pay for the entirety of your job-covered healthcare bill that is subsidized by your paycheck originally, but now you don't have a paycheck. For example, when I left TYT, I was paying for the platinum healthcare coverage that I had there, thanks to the COBRA bill. I paid $666 a month. I was very fortunate. Could you imagine? So think about that. These are many different ways that the government keeps you dependent on, and more importantly, employee-based insurance keeps you subjugated to your job and very much not free.
This here.
And historically, Appalachia and communities like this have been sort of the proving ground for what bosses, employers can get away with.
I mean, this is tomorrow's people, man. It's everything that you want to see happening in the next 20 or 30 years. That's right here.
Having here first, baby.
So don't be surprised if Mark Zuckerberg starts trying to pay his employees in Facebook bucks, because it's something that we've seen before.
And don't take out that fucking Apple credit card.
I'm Terrence.
I'm Tom.
We're the Trillbillies.
And you're watching Means TV.
That's right. The new Amazon facility in Tijuana. Is this real? I don't know if this is a real photo or not. That's the housing for the Tijuana Amazon facility? No shot. I don't believe this. Would it surprise you? No, but it's a little too on the nose. Relevant houses that can't be built in America.
There's a similar pattern you'll see in the skyline of cities all over the US and Canada. The city is...
It's not Amazon housing. Those are houses of poor people. No, but like poor people that work in the facility. I've seen Redditors saying how this is good and will give the people their jobs. That's perfect for Amazon, though. Just place it in the middle of a homeless camp like that. Wait, actually, let's... Amazon's distribution center next to cardboard houses in Tijuana unleashes criticism in networks. The municipal president of Tijuana, Carla Ruiz McFarland... What the fuck? McFarland? I guess... That's interesting. Doesn't seem like a Mexican last name. Highlight. Yeah, it's me, Carla Ruiz McFarland. Yeah, I'm from Tijuana. Well, by way of Ireland. What do you mean? Okay, highlighted that the result. This is insane. The result of this new distribution center will save costs and deliver times of products in Tijuana and the next day in Mexicali, Tecate, Ensenada, and Playas de Rosaritos. In Mexico City, in social networks, users criticize the contrast between the installation of the 9th floor of the e-commerce company Amazon in the country, located between cardboard houses, wood canvases for poor people, Tijuana, Baja, California. No, she married McFarland. The building has 32,000 square meters, cost $21 million, and will be inaugurated this month, although the date is not known. It's the second plant in the north of the country. That's nuts, dude. They get paid $326 a month? Oh my God. Nihilists take from a Colorado mountain bumpkin. The rich fucks come in here thinking they own the place. And they'll be safe from big disaster because landlocked mountains are going to be burned by our dead forest with us. Smile. Irish soldiers fought for Mexico during the Mexican-American War. That's why Canelo Alvarez has red hair. That's how I know. Oh. I live less than 10 miles away in San Diego and get paid $2K a month minimum wage. We are literally living in the fucking dystopian future that we predicted the future would look like. Like, it's here. It's here and it's now.
Sprawling and flat, and then suddenly, a bunch of giant towers. Here it is in Minneapolis, and in Charlotte, and in Seattle. But compare that to almost any European city and you'll get a much smoother progression of buildings with lots that are of an in-between size. When I criticize American car-dependent suburbs, there's a common knee-jerk reaction. Someone will inevitably claim, I live in the suburbs because I don't want to be crammed into a concrete box in the sky, as if there's no alternative between a concrete tower and car-dependent suburbia with asphalt as far as the eye can see. Now, you might just dismiss this person as being an ignorant idiot, and to be fair, they probably are. But there's a small bit of reality in that statement, because in most of the US and much of Canada, those are your only two options to live: an apartment or a single-family home. There's almost nothing in between. Urban planners have dubbed this the missing middle problem, and it affects almost every city in the US and Canada with very, very few exceptions. As with most things wrong with urban planning in America, this all started in the 1940s when cities started promoting car-centric suburbanization with an emphasis on every family owning their own detached home. Now, if single-family homes were built because people wanted single-family homes and the market demanded it, that might be okay, but it's not that simple. Instead, it became almost impossible to build.
Why is every urban planning YouTube channel always giving me neolib vibes, though? Like,
anything other than single-family homes because of strict Euclidean zoning. I've referred to this before in my livable neighborhood.
I don't think it's okay, even if the market demands it, like, exclusively building. Okay.
Neighborhoods video. And zoning is not the only problem either. There are other car-centric policies, especially minimum parking requirements, that reinforce this as well. All of these requirements severely constrain what can be built. In particular, it makes it almost impossible to build the traditional walkable neighborhoods that are enjoyable, efficient, sustainable, and financially solvent. This
As Chet Hanks' Channel 5 doc come out?
Problem is endemic across the U.S. If you look at areas of a U.S. city where residential buildings are permitted, you find that almost all of it only allows for single-family homes. It's illegal to build anything else. The worst offender here is San Jose, where 94% of the land that allows building housing only permits building single-family homes. And this is in the heart of Silicon Valley, where more housing is desperately needed. Canadian cities are much better, but still far too high. Remember, what this means is that developers must build single-family homes in these areas, even if there's demand for something else. There's no other choice. This ultimately leads to a scarcity in residential land for any other type of building, and even then, nearby residents can object to almost any development, which means that every new development is going to be a fight. This is a major reason why developers build condo towers so often in the US and Canada, because getting zoning approval isn't cheap or easy, and fighting NIMBYs isn't cheap or easy either. So a developer is only going to put the effort into jumping through all of these hoops if they're sure they can make a profit in the end. That means making the absolute most of the scarce residential land, and ultimately that means cramming in as many residents as possible. Which is why you end up with this insane situation of the lowest density single-family homes next to giant high-rise towers in the most expensive city in Canada. But of course, it didn't used to be this way. Consider this street in Toronto built in the 1920s. Here you can see detached homes of various different sizes, like this cute blue house, or this small bungalow. There are also several terraced homes like these. And this looks like a single house, but it's actually several apartments in one building. But it still fits in very neatly into the neighborhood. Then there's this very small apartment block too. And these small terraced homes that have clearly seen better days. And finally, at the end of the street, there's commercial buildings like this one within easy walking distance of residents. And apartments were built over most of the shops as well. Today, it is nearly impossible to find any place in the US or Canada where all of these different types of buildings would be legal to build on the same street. Something that would be completely
This is not ugly at all. What the fuck do you mean? I don't think this is ugly.
normal before the 1940s. But even if you could get the zoning variances to build this small multi-unit building, which you can't, the neighbors would absolutely lose their minds. We can't have people of marginally lower socioeconomic status in our neighborhood. And what if their skin color was different? Could you imagine? So instead, we get a 40-story condo tower down the street. The situation in Europe...
Okay, he's definitely not a fucking annoying neoliberal yimby, because I feel like neolib yimbys, like, they think it's like a slur. They're like, you know how like the TERFs in the UK try to make it so that like TERF is a slur? I feel like neolibs are like, wow, you said luxury condominium. You must fucking hate housing for homeless people. You fucking piece of shit. Actually, luxury condominiums just mean more opened up housing opportunities for rich people who will leave their houses and then go live in those fucking luxury condos instead. And then those houses that they left will magically be occupied by the homeless people. And like the prices will get lower and lower. Obviously, that's just how it works. Supply and demand, idiot. Read a fucking Econ 101 textbook, dumbass. Come on. Totally works in all of the, famously has worked in all of these cities.
Europe is very different. Here in the Netherlands, for example, you'll very often see mid-rise buildings that are 5 floors or less, and many terraced homes as well. It is possible to find single-family homes too, of course, but it's not the only type of housing available. This street, in Duivendrecht, an utterly normal city near Amsterdam, has terraced homes mixed with semi-detached homes and small apartment buildings, all in the same place.
Terrorist.
This provides so much more choice in the housing market, especially for families. Not everybody wants to maintain a big house with a big yard and live in a place where you have to drive to do just about anything. And it also allows for the type of enjoyable, livable, walkable urban neighborhoods that I'm constantly praising on this channel as being some of the best places in the world to live. You can even live in a concrete box in the sky, if you like that kind of thing. So maybe you don't like these kind of homes, and that's okay, they don't like you either. But even if you don't like these kind of homes, you have to justify why it is illegal to build these kind of homes in almost every neighborhood in the US and Canada. Now, of course, eliminating single-family zoning doesn't eliminate single-family homes. These houses can still be built if there's demand for it. It just means they would no longer be the only type of homes that can be built. Thankfully,
my problem with these sorts of like upzoning Andes is that a lot of the people that are in favor of upzoning, a lot of the people that are in favor of like eliminating single family housing zoning restrictions that currently exist, unironically fucking don't want to place any restrictions on what can be built. Okay? Right now, in many places, there are minimum zoning restrictions. Like if you want to build a house, you have to build single family housing, and it has to be like on square footage, like a certain square footage of a lot. Okay, so I think like in my area, it's like 5,000 square feet or 6,000 square feet is the lot. And people want to be able to build multiple houses on there. Like you can build 2 houses on there. You don't want to have restrictions on you want to be able to build a duplex. You want to be able to build like multiple homes, right? On that lot. Make better use of that. Make it cheaper. The problem is, in many circumstances, I fear that like I don't have an issue with that, by the way. Let me just specify it real quick. I do not have an issue with upzoning. What I do have an issue, however, is with like not having any fucking restrictions on what kind of housing you can build on top of it. So then all of a sudden, you have like little fucking sheds that you're still charging $3,000 a month on rent on, and it's not actually helping save or create more affordable housing. Now, ultimately, the best thing to do is still public housing. Okay? Socialized housing is always the ultimate goal. That is what should happen. What do you mean? It's not like allowing for other types of houses doesn't mean you will be able to build anything you like? That's like a slippery slope argument? No, it's not. It's not cheaper. You still charge the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of a sudden, if you don't have any sort of restrictions on what you can do and what like the minimum quality can look like on these houses, like the restrictions that you place on what kind of housing can be built, all of a sudden you're fucking converting a goddamn ADU in the back into a single bedroom studio apartment because you slapped in a fucking toilet in there, and you're charging like, you know, $3,000 a month in rent. And it's just another revenue stream for you. And I feel like you can't just like, you know, that's not addressing the needs at all. How do you get called a NIMBY over this shit? I don't know. People are just mad.
Some cities in North America are starting to make some progress with this issue. In 2019, Minneapolis abolished single-family zoning and now allows building duplexes and triplexes in any neighborhood in the city. Vancouver has recently made it possible to build duplexes in all residential neighborhoods, though not triplexes. And even better legislation means that Portland can once again build housing that used to be considered normal, such as fourplexes and cottage courts, which are several small homes around a common yard. These cities are taking a good step forward, but they're still very much in the minority. And unfortunately, other regulations, such as setbacks, lot coverage rules, or minimum parking requirements, can still make it difficult to build anything other than single-family homes. Also, even with these zoning changes, there are still far too many dense but livable housing options that are not permitted, such as courtyard buildings, townhouses, and small apartment buildings. Ultimately, if US and Canadian cities want to succeed, they're going to have to start undoing car-centric housing policy, and ending single-family zoning to make the missing middle legal again is a good first step.
And the other really bad part of this problem is that, as is the case with most issues under capitalism, everything is interconnected. You can't eliminate parking. You can't eliminate parking requirements in zoning without also adding better public transportation opportunities, because if you were to fucking upzone in areas like that with no public transportation or very limited public transportation, then all of a sudden you got a situation in which, like, well, people are fucked. You know what I mean? How are they going to commute? It's yet another circumstance where, you know, greedy manufacturers, car manufacturers in the past, have been able to develop cities that exclusively rely on the independence and freedom that the modern automobile offers.
And then they can start to bring back the enjoyable, walkable neighborhoods they used to build without having to live in a concrete box in the sky. I'd like to thank my supporters on Patreon.
So sad, man. Do you believe that individual houses should exist in an ideal socialist world? Yes. What an insane question, dude. No, socialism is when everyone is forced to live in a fucking commune with random people that they don't want to live with. Sorry, I was wrong. Socialism means no house. And the less house.
On who pay me to film?
Damn, dude. Least you could do is. What? Make him promote his content? What? Dude, these fucking freaks are still in here, dude. The fucking weirdos who are like, Hasan steals content all the time. Welcome to the fucking internet, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh no, I said this, now they're gonna fucking make another like 11-hour podcast. I'm sure Not Just Spikes has an does not have an issue with me watching one of his videos. I'd be very surprised if he did, but if he did, then you know, I would not watch his channel. Wow, now that you're a homeowner, you're advocating for single family homes. No, I even before I was a fucking homeowner, I understand like having multiple different types of residences, dude. My entire life I have lived in I mean, I'm living in a, I don't know what this would be considered. It's like an apartment. I'm subjecting so many fucking people to unfair punishments by screaming every fucking day. Thank you, Ice Hook Pianist, for the 5 gifted subs. Your content has gotten boring and repetitive ever since Bruno and his great values left. Republican gamer.